Greetings, seekers of knowledge and serenity. My name is Arthur, and today I invite you to embark on a journey through the rich tapestry of Targaryen lore and legend. But before we delve into the fiery histories and mystical tales of House Targaryen, let us first center ourselves and open our minds through a guided meditation. Find a comfortable position, whether seated or lying down. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in, filling your lungs with the cool, cleansing air. Hold for a moment, and then gently exhale, releasing any tension you may be holding on to. Imagine yourself standing on the shores of Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen. Feel the cool, salty breeze from the narrow sea on your skin and the ancient, volcanic rock beneath your feet. As you breathe in, imagine the powerful essence of the dragons that once roamed these skies, filling your being with their strength and wisdom. With each breath, allow yourself to become more present, more aware, and more attuned to the stories and lessons that have been passed down through generations. Let the echoes of history and the whispers of the past guide you. Now, slowly bring your awareness back to your body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, and when you are ready, gently open your eyes. Welcome back. Together let us journey into the heart of Targaryen lore, where dragons, sword and legends were born. Let the tales ignite your imagination and illuminate the path of history. Thank you for joining me. Let us begin. Story 1. Once upon a time, in the ancient and enigmatic lands of Essos, there existed a mighty civilization known as the Valyrian Freehold. This was a realm of wonder and terror, renowned for its unmatched mastery of dragons and sorcery. The dragon lords of Valyria, with their silvery hair and violet eyes, wielded immense power, forging an empire that dominated much of the known world. Among these dragon lords was House Targaryen, a family of lesser prominence compared to the mighty Valyrians, Celtigars and Hightowers. Yet it was House Targaryen that destiny had chosen for a monumental and perilous journey. The tale of House Targaryen's rise begins with a young maiden named Daenys, later known as Daenys the Dreamer. Daenys was blessed, or perhaps cursed, with the gift of prophecy, a trait that ran deep in her bloodline. One fateful night, Daenys had a vivid and terrifying dream of the doom of Valyria, a cataclysmic event that would annihilate the Freehold. She saw the proud towers of Valyria crumbling into ash, dragons screaming in agony, and the very earth splitting apart. Unlike many of her contemporaries who might have dismissed such dreams, Daenys' father, Lord Aenar Targaryen, took his daughter's vision seriously. Aenar Targaryen, a prudent and cautious man, decided to heed his daughter's warnings. This decision was not easy, for it meant leaving behind their ancestral lands, wealth, and the might of the Valyrian Empire. He gathered his family, retainers, treasures, and most importantly, 5 of his dragons. With a heavy heart and steely determination, Aenar led his house across the narrow sea to the island of Dragonstone, a bleak and foreboding volcanic island off the eastern coast of Westeros. Dragonstone was a fortress of dark stone, built in the shape of a dragon, with walls and towers carved to resemble the great beasts. It had long been a Valyrian outpost, strategically positioned to watch over the narrow sea lanes and serve as a foothold for possible expansion into Westeros. Here the Targaryens made their new home, exchanging the grandeur of Valyria for the harsh beauty of this isolated stronghold. The Valyrians' presence on Dragonstone was not widely known or regarded with significance at the time, but it was this relocation that saved the Targaryen bloodline from the impending catastrophe. 12 years after their departure, the doom of Valyria came to pass, just as Daenerys had foreseen. In one apocalyptic day and night, the mighty freehold was obliterated. The ground split open, mountains erupted with fire, and the dragons of Valyria were consumed in the flames. The once great cities were reduced to smoking ruins, and the survivors scattered across Essos, their empire in ashes. House Targaryen, alone among the dragon lords, survived unscathed on their distant island refuge. The wisdom and foresight of Daenerys the Dreamer and the decisive actions of Aenar Targaryen had preserved their family and their dragons. For over a century, House Targaryen remained on Dragonstone, building their strength and biding their time. They ruled as dragon lords, their power unmatched in the narrow sea. The people of Westeros viewed them with a mixture of awe and fear, their dragons a living reminder of the lost Valyrian freehold. The Targaryens watched and waited, their eyes ever on the west, across the sea, where the Seven Kingdoms lay fractured and divided. In the year 1 AC, Aegon Targaryen, known as Aegon the Conqueror, decided the time had come to expand his family's dominion. With his sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys, and their 3 dragons Balerion the Black Dread, Vhagar, and Merax's, Aegon embarked on his legendary conquest of Westeros. They landed at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, and quickly established the foundations of what would become King's Landing. Aegon's conquest was swift and brutal, the might of his dragons overwhelming the fragmented armies of the Seven Kingdoms. The conquest culminated in the construction of the Iron Throne, forged from the swords of Aegon's defeated enemies, symbolizing the unification of the realm under Targaryen rule. From this seat of power the Targaryens ruled for nearly 3 centuries, their dragons and bloodlines cementing their dominance over Westeros. The legend of their rise from minor Valyrian nobles to the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms was a tale of prophecy, survival, and unyielding ambition. Thus the Targaryens' journey from the lost land of Valyria to the island of Dragonstone, and ultimately to the Iron Throne of Westeros, is a saga of foresight, courage, and the indomitable will to power. Their dragons, symbols of their ancient heritage and might, were both their greatest strength and ultimately their undoing. Yet the legacy of House Targaryen, born in fire and blood, continues to shape the fate of Westeros to this day. Story 2. In the annals of Westeros, the story of Aegon the Conqueror is one of ambition, power, and a vision that forever changed the course of history. Yet behind his legendary conquest lies a dream, an enigmatic and prophetic vision that allegedly drove Aegon I Targaryen to unite the Seven Kingdoms under his rule. This dream, passed down through generations, speaks to the deeper, often mystical motivations that guided Aegon in his quest to conquer Westeros. To understand the dream that inspired Aegon the Conqueror, we must first delve into the Targaryen legacy of prophecy. The Targaryens, hailing from the once mighty Valyrian freehold, were no strangers to prophetic visions. Daenerys the Dreamer, an ancestor of Aegon, famously foresaw the doom of Valyria and convinced her father, Aenar Targaryen, to flee to Dragonstone, thereby preserving their family and dragons. This act of foresight saved House Targaryen from annihilation and planted the seeds for their future ascendancy. It is within this context of prophetic heritage that Aegon's dream must be viewed. The Targaryens believed in the power of dreams and prophecies, often guided by them in their decisions. Aegon himself was reputed to be a contemplative and visionary leader whose actions were deeply influenced by his understanding of destiny and the mystical. According to later chronicles and family lore, Aegon had a dream that profoundly shaped his ambitions. In this dream, Aegon saw a great darkness spreading across the world, originating from the frozen wastes beyond the wall. This darkness took the form of a winter that would never end, bringing with it death and destruction. Aegon saw armies of the dead, led by monstrous creatures, marching southward, engulfing all in their path. He foresaw that if the realms of men remained divided, they would fall one by one to this inexorable tide of darkness. Aegon's dream was more than just a nightmare. It was a vision of a potential future, a future where the Seven Kingdoms, disunited and constantly warring, would be unable to stand against the coming threat. In his dream, Aegon saw the only hope for survival, a united realm under one banner, strong enough to repel the encroaching darkness. This vision convinced him that it was his destiny and his duty to forge that unity. Armed with this prophetic vision, Aegon set his sights on Westeros. At the time, the Seven Kingdoms were fractured and ruled by numerous petty kings and lords, each vying for power. Aegon, with his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys, and their three dragons Balerion the Black Dread, Vhagar, and Meraxes, believed they had the means to bring these disparate realms to heel. In the year 1 AC, Aegon and his sisters launched their campaign. They first landed at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, where they began constructing the formidable fortress that would become King's Landing. From this strategic position, Aegon systematically began his conquest. His approach combined both military might and strategic diplomacy, leveraging the terror of his dragons and the strength of his forces to compel submission from many lords. Aegon's conquest was marked by several pivotal battles and key moments of diplomacy. The Field of Fire was one such battle, where Aegon's dragons decimated the combined armies of the Reach and the Westerlands, led by King Mern the Ninth Gardener and King Loren Lannister. This decisive victory showcased the devastating power of dragons and led to the submission of several key regions. In the Riverlands, Aegon was able to secure the allegiance of House Tully by promising them dominion over the region in exchange for their support. The submission of Harrenhal, a seemingly impregnable fortress, further solidified his control as Aegon's dragon, Balerion, melted the towers of Harren the Black's castle, ending his reign. One of the most significant moments of Aegon's conquest was the submission of Torrhen Stark, the king in the north. Rather than face certain destruction, Torrhen bent the knee to Aegon, earning the moniker the King Who Knelt. This act of submission was pivotal, as it brought the vast and powerful North under Aegon's rule without bloodshed. The culmination of Aegon's conquest was the forging of the Iron Throne, a formidable seat of power constructed from the swords of his vanquished enemies. This throne symbolized not only Aegon's dominance but also his vision of a united realm. From this throne, Aegon ruled over the Seven Kingdoms, striving to bring peace and stability to a land long torn apart by strife and conflict. Yet Aegon never forgot the dream that had driven him to conquer. He knew that the true test of his vision would come in the distant future, when the darkness he had foreseen finally arrived. To that end he sought to build a legacy that would endure, ensuring that his descendants would be prepared to face the looming threat. Aegon's dream, though shrouded in the mists of time and legend, continued to influence the Targaryen dynasty. His descendants carried the weight of his vision, some more attuned to its significance than others. The dream of Aegon the Conqueror was not just a call to power, but a warning, a reminder that the unity of the realm was essential for its survival against existential threats. In the centuries that followed, the Targaryens faced numerous challenges, both internal and external. Civil wars, rebellions, and the eventual loss of their dragons tested their reign. Yet the idea of a united realm, strong enough to withstand any threat, remained a guiding principle, rooted in the prophetic dream of their forebear. Thus the dream that inspired Aegon I Targaryen to conquer Westeros was more than a mere vision of power. It was a call to safeguard the realm against a dark and ominous future. It was a dream that transcended generations, shaping the destiny of House Targaryen and the fate of Westeros itself. Story 3. In the heart of King's Landing, nestled within the formidable Red Keep, stands a throne unlike any other, a towering, jagged seat of power that has come to symbolize the unity and dominion of Westeros. This is the Iron Throne, forged in the fires of conquest and tempered by the blood of the vanquished. The story behind its creation is a tale of ambition, victory, and the harsh reality of rule, and it begins with Aegon the Conqueror and his desire to unite the Seven Kingdoms under a single banner. Aegon Targaryen, with his sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys, embarked on a monumental campaign to conquer the fractious realms of Westeros. With their 3 dragons, Balerion, the Black Dread, Vagar, and Meraxes, they subdued kings and lords, forging alliances and breaking resistance through fire and blood. The conquest was not merely a military campaign, but a quest to fulfill Aegon's prophetic vision of a united realm capable of standing against any threat, be it internal discord or the mysterious darkness he foresaw. As the dust of war settled, Aegon sought to establish a lasting symbol of his rule and the unity of the Seven Kingdoms. He envisioned a throne that would embody the strength and indomitable spirit of his new realm, a seat of power that would remind all who beheld it of the price paid for peace and the cost of defiance. To realize this vision, Aegon ordered the creation of the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was forged from the swords of Aegon's enemies, a grim testament to his triumphs in battle. It is said that over 1,000 blades were surrendered by those who bent the knee to the Targaryen king, each representing a defeated foe, a vanquished kingdom, or a humbled house. These swords were brought to the great forge at Dragonstone, where the heat of dragonfire was used to meld them into a single, imposing structure. Balerion the Black Dread, the largest and most fearsome of Aegon's dragons, played a crucial role in the creation of the throne. With his immense power, Balerion's fire was harnessed to melt the iron and steel, shaping the raw material into the jagged and unforgiving form that would become the Iron Throne. The process was grueling and perilous, reflecting the harsh realities of conquest and rule. The throne that emerged from the forge was unlike any other, a chaotic mass of twisted swords and jagged edges with blades protruding in all directions. It was designed to be uncomfortable, a constant reminder to its occupant of the burdens and dangers of kingship. The Iron Throne was not meant to be a place of comfort or ease. It was a seat of power, vigilance, and responsibility. The Iron Throne is more than just a physical object. It is a powerful symbol of the Targaryen dynasty and the unity of Westeros. Its creation from the swords of defeated foes serves as a stark reminder of the cost of conquest and the strength required to maintain peace. Each blade in the throne tells a story of war and submission, of lives lost and kingdoms brought to heel. The throne's design, with its jagged edges and uncomfortable seat, embodies the philosophy that ruling is not a privilege but a duty fraught with peril. Aegon wanted his successors to understand that the throne is not a place of comfort or luxury. It is a position of constant vigilance and sacrifice. The discomfort of the throne serves as a metaphor for the difficulties and challenges of ruling a vast and diverse realm. For the people of Westeros, the Iron Throne represents the ultimate authority and the central power that binds the Seven Kingdoms together. It is a symbol of Aegon's legacy, a reminder of the Dragon Lord who brought peace through strength and forged a new era of unity. The image of the Iron Throne looms large in the minds of the realm's inhabitants, evoking both awe and fear. Throughout the centuries, the Iron Throne has been the seat of power for the Targaryen kings and their successors. Its presence has shaped the politics and history of Westeros, influencing the actions and decisions of those who sought to claim it. The throne's symbolic significance has endured through civil wars, rebellions, and dynastic changes, remaining a potent reminder of the Targaryens' enduring legacy. The throne's very existence has also served as a catalyst for ambition and conflict. Many have coveted its power, leading to bitter struggles and bloody wars as noble houses vied for control of the Iron Throne. The quest to sit upon the throne has driven men and women to great feats of valor and terrible acts of treachery, illustrating the dual nature of power as both a force for unity and a source of division. Despite its formidable appearance, the Iron Throne is not invincible. Its jagged edges and precarious construction symbolize the fragile nature of power and the constant threat of upheaval. Kings and queens who have sat upon the throne have faced endless challenges to their rule, from external invasions to internal dissent. The throne's history is marked by periods of stability and turmoil, reflecting the ever-changing landscape of Westerosi politics. The creation of the Iron Throne is a story of ambition, power, and the indomitable will of Aegon the Conqueror. Forged in the fires of Dragonflame and tempered by the blood of Aegon's enemies, the throne stands as a lasting symbol of the Targaryen dynasty and the unity of Westeros. Its jagged and uncomfortable design serves as a reminder of the burdens of rulership and the sacrifices required to maintain peace and order. As a symbol, the Iron Throne embodies both the strength and fragility of power. It is a beacon of authority and a reminder of the costs of ambition. For those who seek to claim it, the throne represents the pinnacle of power and the ultimate test of their ability to rule. For the people of Westeros, it is a symbol of the unity and stability that Aegon the Conqueror sought to achieve, a legacy that continues to shape the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms. Story 4. Balerion, known universally as the Black Dread, was more than just a dragon. He was a colossal force in the shaping of Westeros, a symbol of power and destruction, whose very name inspired awe and fear. His legend is inseparably entwined with that of Aegon the Conqueror and the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty in Westeros. From his early days in Valyria to his fiery death, Balerion's life was a series of epic events that forged an empire and a legacy that would endure through the ages. Balerion was born in the Valyrian Freehold, a powerful and mysterious civilization renowned for its mastery over dragons. His birth predated the doom of Valyria, a cataclysmic event that destroyed much of the Freehold and led to the fall of the Dragon Lords. As a dragon of House Targaryen, Balerion was among the few dragons that escaped the doom, thanks to the prophetic visions of Daenerys the Dreamer, who foresaw the disaster and persuaded her family to flee to Dragonstone. When Aegon Targaryen decided to conquer Westeros and unite its fractious kingdoms under one rule, Balerion became his most formidable weapon. His massive size, fearsome appearance, and devastating ability to exhale streams of intense fire made him an unparalleled asset in battle. With a wingspan so wide it could cast entire towns into shadow and a roar that could shake the very stones of mountains, Balerion was a terror unleashed upon the realms of men. One of Balerion's most legendary feats was his role in the Field of Fire. In this pivotal battle, Aegon and his sisters, riding their dragons, faced the combined forces of the largest army Westeros had ever seen. Valerian's fire was instrumental in turning the tide, burning thousands of troops and securing Aegon's rule. This event marked the first and only time all three Targaryen dragons took to the battlefield together, showcasing their overwhelming power. Another defining moment was the burning of Harrenhal. King Harren the Black had boasted that his castle, the largest and strongest ever built, was impregnable even to dragons. Aegon, with Balerion at his side, proved him wrong. Balerian's breath melted the stone towers of Harrenhal, incinerating Harren and his sons within their supposedly invincible walls, and leaving the castle a charred, haunted ruin that would never fully recover. Beyond his martial prowess, Balerion also played a crucial role in the symbolic acts of the conquest. He was instrumental in the forging of the Iron Throne, which was said to be shaped by the fiery breath of Balerion from the swords of Aegon's vanquished enemies. This throne became the seat of the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, a lasting symbol of the Targaryens' authority, wrought by the dragon's own fire. As decades passed, Balerion continued to serve the Targaryen rulers after Aegon's death. He was ridden by King Maegor I, also known as Maegor the Cruel, who used Balerion in several key battles to enforce his own claim to the throne against challengers from within the Targaryen family. Balerion's last known rider was Prince Viserys, later King Viserys I, which marked the twilight years of this legendary dragon. Balerion died of old age in 94 AC, his death marking the end of an era. He was the last of the original Targaryen dragons who had fled Valyria, and with his passing the memory of the old Valyria and its dragon lords began to fade into myth. Balerion the Black Dread left a profound impact on Westeros, both in the physical and mythological landscapes. Castles burned by his fire were never rebuilt, and regions he devastated would remember his fury for generations. His skull, kept in the Red Keep, served as a stark reminder of his power and the might of the Targaryens who wielded it. His legacy extended beyond fear and destruction. It also encompassed the awe and respect commanded by such a majestic creature. Songs and stories of Balerion would inspire both dread and admiration, serving as reminders of the power of the Targaryen dynasty and the transformative force they had been. In conclusion, Balerion's life was a tapestry of awe-inspiring power and terrifying destruction, woven through the pivotal moments of Westerosi history. His influence shaped the political and cultural landscape of the Seven Kingdoms, and his legacy as the Black Dread continues to echo through the ages, a legend that is as enduring as the Iron Throne he helped forge. Story 5. Visenya Targaryen, one of the formidable sister wives of Aegon the Conqueror, and a dragon rider like her siblings, has long been a figure shrouded in mystery and dark rumor. Her name evokes images of a stern and powerful woman, often portrayed with her Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, at her side. Yet beyond her martial prowess and role in the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, Visenya is often associated with tales of witchcraft and sorcery. These stories have woven a complex tapestry of fear, respect, and supernatural intrigue around her legacy. Visenya's association with witchcraft likely stems from her Valyrian heritage, a culture deeply imbued with magic and the arcane arts. The Valyrians were famed for their ability to tame dragons and their use of fire and blood magic, skills that were perceived with a mixture of awe and dread in Westeros, a land where magic had largely faded into myth. Visenya, with her command over her dragon, Fargar, and her often enigmatic and inscrutable demeanor, naturally fit the mold of a sorceress in the eyes of the Westerosi. Moreover, Visenya was known to practice rites that were considered unusual and mystical by the standards of Westeros. She was often seen performing ceremonies with fire and blood, which were rituals derived from old Valyrian traditions. These practices, essential for the bonding between dragon and rider, might have appeared as witchcraft to those unfamiliar with the ancient customs of Valyria. Visenya's reputation as a practitioner of dark arts was also likely enhanced by her personality and political actions. She was a stark contrast to her sister Rhaenys, who was more charismatic and beloved by the public. Visenya was more reserved, stern, and often perceived as harsh. Her pragmatic and sometimes ruthless approach to governance and security, including the founding of the King's Guard following an assassination attempt on Aegon, only fueled rumors about her sinister capabilities. Her involvement in the darker aspects of politics, including whispers of her role in the sudden deaths of certain political adversaries, added layers to her legend. There were those who believed that Visenya employed poisons and dark rituals to eliminate her enemies and influence the course of Targaryen rule. Although these claims were never substantiated, they contributed the aura of fear and respect that surrounded her. Perhaps the most significant contribution to the tales of Visenya's witchcraft was her relationship with her son, Maegor the Cruel, Aegon's successor. Maegor's notorious reign was marked by brutality and an iron-fisted approach to dissent and rebellion. Visenya was his closest advisor, and many believed she used her sorceress skills to help him secure and maintain his throne. The rumors of witchcraft intensified when Maegor, after lying in a coma for nearly a month, suddenly awoke on the day of Visenya's death, as if some dark magic that bound his fate to his mother's life had finally been severed. Moreover, there were unverified tales that Visenya turned to dark rituals in an attempt to ensure Maegor produced heirs, although these efforts ultimately failed. These stories often depicted Visenya engaging in secret ceremonies and consorting with practitioners of the dark arts from across the known world, seeking any means to secure her son's legacy. The cultural impact of Visenya's alleged witchcraft extends far beyond her lifetime, influencing both the perception of and narratives surrounding powerful women in Westeros. Her story was often used as a cautionary tale about the dangers of women wielding power, especially power of a magical or unconventional nature. This portrayal not only reflected the societal norms and fears of her time, but also perpetuated a stereotype of powerful women as practitioners of the dark arts. Visenya's legacy as a witch, whether deserved or not, also highlighted the complex relationship between magic and power in Westeros. It underscored the awe and fear inspired by the Targaryens and their dragons, reinforcing the idea that their rule was not just by conquest but also by mystical rite. In conclusion, the stories of Visenya Targaryen's involvement in witchcraft form a crucial part of her historical image. While it is difficult to separate fact from fiction, these tales underscore the mystical heritage of the Targaryens and reflect the fears and prejudices of the Westerosi. Visenya's portrayal as a witch serves as a lens through which to view the intersection of magic, power, and gender, providing a deeper understanding of the dynamics that influenced the Targaryen dynasty and the broader narrative of Westeros. Her character remains a powerful symbol of the fearsome and awe-inspiring legacy of the Dragon Lords of old Valyria. Story 6. The tragedy of Summerhall is one of the most haunting and enigmatic events in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, an inferno that consumed lives, dreams, and the hope of reviving ancient wonders. Located in the lush region of the Stormlands, Summerhall was a favored Targaryen palace, renowned for its beauty and its role as a place of respite and celebration for the royal family. However, its legacy was forever darkened by the events of 259 AC, which cloaked the castle in tragedy during what was meant to be a joyous celebration, the birth of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. King Aegon V, commonly known as Aegon the Unlikely, was deeply invested in the ancient Targaryen heritage of dragon riding. Following the extinction of dragons, which had coincided with the diminishing of House Targaryen's traditional powers, Aegon became obsessed with the idea of bringing dragons back to life. He believed that the return of these mythical creatures could restore the former glory of his house and solidify his realm against internal strife and external threats. This belief was heavily influenced by the prophecy of the prince that was promised, which foretold the coming of a savior from the Targaryen lineage. To this end, Aegon amassed numerous texts and artifacts related to dragon lore and spent countless hours studying the arcane arts that might allow him to hatch dormant dragon eggs. The grand celebration at Summerhall was not just to mark the birth of his grandson, but was also intended to be the culmination of his experiments in sorcery and dragon hatching. Attended by much of the Targaryen family and many courtiers and scholars, the event was meant to be a testament to Aegon's success. The exact details of what transpired at Summerhall are shrouded in mystery and loss, largely because the records of the event were destroyed or remain hidden. What is known is that a great fire erupted, engulfing the castle and burning so hotly that efforts to control it were futile. The inferno claimed many lives, including that of Aegon V himself, his eldest son Prince Duncan, and Sir Duncan the Tall, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard and a beloved figure in the realm. The specifics of how the fire started remain a topic of fervent speculation and rumor. Some say that the wildfire, an unstable and highly flammable substance, was used in the attempt to hatch the dragon eggs. Others whisper of a sorcerous ritual gone terribly awry, a tragic victim of its own arcane intensity. The aftermath of the tragedy left the realm in mourning, and marked a significant turning point for House Targaryen. It also cast a shadow over the surviving members of the Targaryen family, particularly the young Prince Rhaegar, whose birth had been overshadowed by such monumental loss. The disaster at Summerhall became a poignant symbol of the dangers inherent in delving too deeply into powers not fully understood, serving as a grim reminder of the limits of human ambition and the perilous allure of ancient magics. In the years that followed, the tragedy of Summerhall would be remembered with a mix of sorrow and fascination, inspiring songs, stories and speculation among the people of Westeros. It stood as a testament to the end of an era for the Targaryens, a final, failed attempt to reclaim the mystical prowess that had once defined them. For historians and scholars, the tragedy also posed a poignant question about the balance between seeking to restore the past and the risk of being consumed by it. The ruins of Summerhall remain a melancholic sight, haunted by the echoes of what could have been and the stark reality of what was lost. Story 7. The tale of Daenerys Targaryen's dragon eggs is steeped in legend, intrigue, and the echoes of a bygone era when dragons soared the skies of Westeros. These 3 mysterious eggs, each a jewel-like artifact of immense historical and magical significance, eventually catalyzed a series of events that would reshape the world. This story is not just about how Daenerys came to possess the eggs, but also reflects the deep history and the mythic past of the Targaryen dynasty. Dragon eggs are rare and incredibly precious, often kept as treasured heirlooms within the Targaryen family, who brought them from Valyria before its doom. Traditionally, these eggs are fossilized remains from the Age of Dragons, thought to be unhatchable after the extinction of these creatures. The specific eggs that would one day come into Daenerys' possession were rumored to have originated from the Shadowlands beyond the Shy, a mysterious and mystical region reputed for its powerful magic and dark legends. The journey of Daenerys' dragon eggs from the Shadowlands to her hands is a saga unto itself, filled with peril and providence. According to various tales and fragmented histories, after the doom of Valyria and before the decline of the dragons, these eggs were among the treasures and relics transported across the narrow sea by Targaryen ancestors as they fled the cataclysm that destroyed their homeland. Over the centuries, the eggs were rumored to have been lost, stolen, or bartered numerous times, moving through the hands of merchant princes, pirate kings, and Quathian enchanters. They travelled across the known world, accruing a history as rich and varied as any relic of the old Valyria. Legends suggest that the eggs were at one time held by the Sea Lord of Braavos, who considered them among the most priceless items in his collection. Later they somehow found their way into the possession of Illyrio Mapatis, the Magister of Pentos, a man known for his wealth and mysterious dealings. It was from Illyrio Mapatis that Daenerys received the dragon eggs, presented as a wedding gift during her marriage to Khal Drogo. Illyrio, ever the enigmatic benefactor, claimed that the eggs were priceless beyond measure, and that they were the last remnants of the dragons that once brought glory to the Targaryen reign. The gift was symbolic, meant to honor Daenerys' Targaryen heritage and perhaps to inspire hope for a revival of her house's fortunes. However, to most, including Daenerys at the time, the eggs were beautiful but lifeless stones, a reminder of what had been lost forever. The true mystery and magic of the dragon eggs manifested on the night Daenerys set the funeral pyre for her fallen husband, Khal Drogo. In a moment of desperation, grief, and perhaps instinct, Daenerys placed the eggs on the pyre. She then walked into the blazing fire herself, driven by an ancient prophecy, or perhaps by some instinctive knowledge passed down through her bloodline. The following morning, amidst the ashes, Daenerys emerged unscathed, with 3 newly hatched dragons clinging to her, alive and vibrant. This miraculous event was unprecedented. Not since the days of old Valyria had anyone witnessed the hatching of dragon eggs. It symbolized a turning point not only for Daenerys but for the entire world. The birth of the dragons marked the resurgence of magical powers and heralded the return of the Targaryen dynasty to a position of awe and authority. The dragon eggs, in their journey from the Shadowlands to Daenerys Targaryen, symbolize the cyclical nature of history and the enduring legacy of the Targaryens. They represent the lost glory of a house nearly forgotten and the seeds of its possible redemption and return to power. Moreover, the eggs and their hatching embody the theme of rebirth of Daenerys from a meek, exiled girl into a formidable leader, and of dragons from the annals of extinction to tangible, fiery life. Furthermore, the eggs and their eventual hatching challenge the perception of magic in a world where such forces were believed to have dwindled. They suggest that magic, like the dragons themselves, was only dormant, waiting for the right catalyst to emerge once more. In conclusion, the story of Daenerys Targaryen's dragon eggs is more than just a tale of how they came into her possession. It is a narrative rich with historical echoes, magical mysteries, and the promise of a renewed world. The eggs connect the past with the future, weaving Daenerys' destiny with that of the dragons, ancient symbols of power and destruction. As these creatures rise from the ashes, so too does the hope for a new era under the banner of the dragon. Story 8. The prophecy of the prince that was promised is deeply woven into the fabric of Westerosi lore, particularly influencing the decisions and destinies of House Targaryen. Originating from ancient texts associated with the Lord of Light, this prophecy outlines the emergence of a heroic figure destined to lead the world out of a looming darkness. It describes the prince as being reborn amidst smoke and salt, wielding the legendary flaming sword Lightbringer. Although the prophecy is embraced by various cultures, the Targaryens, with their mystical Valyrian heritage and historical connection to dragons and magic, have shown a particular affinity for it. The impact of this prophecy on the Targaryens can first be traced back to King Aegon V, known as Aegon the Unlikely. His fascination with the prophecy led him to accumulate numerous ancient scrolls and artifacts related to dragon lore, ultimately contributing to the tragic events of the tragedy of Summerhall, where a fatal fire erupted during what was believed to be an attempt to hatch dragon eggs and bring forth the prophesied hero. This obsession with fulfilling the prophecy continued through the Targaryen line, notably affecting Aerys II, the Mad King. His reign, marked by paranoia and fear of losing his throne, was influenced by his belief in the prophecy, interpreting it through the lens of his deteriorating rule and the increasing threats he perceived around him. His interpretation fueled his descent into madness, precipitating his eventual downfall and the near collapse of his house. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's life and actions were also heavily shaped by the prophecy. Initially convinced that he might be the prince that was promised, and later believing this figure to be his offspring, Rhaegar's fixation on ensuring his line continued through the prophesied savior led to pivotal decisions, including his involvement with Lyanna Stark. This relationship sparked Robert's rebellion, ultimately leading to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. Rhaegar's belief in the prophecy influenced not just his personal decisions but also the political landscape of Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen's story further intertwines with the prophecy. Her miraculous survival from fire, her role in the rebirth of dragons long thought extinct, and her actions to liberate the oppressed all position her as a candidate for the prophesied hero. Her journey is marked by moments that resonate with the prophecy's themes of rebirth and battle against darkness, suggesting her potential role in fulfilling this ancient prediction. The prophecy has served as a double-edged sword for the Targaryens, at times providing a powerful sense of destiny that guided them through crises, while also driving them towards decisions that led to ruin and tragedy. It highlights the dangers and responsibilities inherent in their mystical heritage, emphasizing the fine line between destiny and destruction. Whether the prophecy is a genuine foretelling or a powerful myth, it has had undeniable effects on the Targaryen family, pushing its members towards their roles as leaders, conquerors, and survivors. In the broader narrative of Westeros, the prophecy of the prince that was promised adds a layer of depth and complexity to the political machinations and personal journeys of key characters. It weaves together themes of fate, power, and sacrifice, exploring how belief in destiny can shape the courses of individuals and nations. As the saga unfolds, the prophecy remains a point of fascination and speculation, continuing to influence events and perceptions in a world where magic and power are inextricably linked. Story 9. The Dance of the Dragons was a brutal civil war that divided House Targaryen and left a lasting scar on the realm of Westeros. This conflict, marked by familial betrayal and the devastating power of dragons, arose from a dispute over the legitimate succession to the Iron Throne after the death of King Viserys I. Viserys I had appointed his daughter Rhaenyra Targaryen as his heir, a decision accepted during his lifetime but contested after his death. Upon Viserys' demise, his widow Queen Alicent Hightower and her faction in court quickly crowned her son Aegon II as king. This action disregarded Viserys' will and ignited a fierce struggle between Aegon II and Rhaenyra over the rightful claim to the throne. Rhaenyra, initially stationed at Dragonstone, amassed her own supporters, many of whom were powerful lords and dragon riders, committed to her cause due to their allegiance to her father's explicit wishes. The conflict saw dragons clashing in the skies, with significant battles such as the Battle of Rook's Rest, where Rhaenyra's dragon Melis was killed in a deadly confrontation with Aegon I Sunfire and his sister wife Helena's Vagar. As the war progressed, it featured several pivotal confrontations. The Battle of the Gullet was particularly disastrous for Rhaenyra, as a fleet from the Free Cities, allied with Aegon II, nearly decimated her forces at sea near Dragonstone. Rhaenyra's brief capture of King's Landing was a high point for her faction, but her rule was undermined by internal strife and public resentment, leading to her eventual ousting from the city. Betrayals punctuated the conflict, shifting its course dramatically at times. Notable among these was the fall of Rhaenyra's dragon Syrax during a riot in King's Landing, a significant blow to her campaign. Additionally, the shifting loyalties of key figures like Lord Manderley and even her own husband, Daemon Targaryen, whose ambitions and loyalty were often subjects of speculation, played crucial roles in the unfolding drama. The war concluded with the death of Aegon II, rumoured to have been poisoned by members of his own court weary of the ongoing conflict. The throne subsequently passed to Rhaenyra's son, Aegon I, marking the end of the war but also beginning a period of significant change and recovery for the kingdom. The aftermath of the Dance of the Dragons was profound. The Targaryen dynasty was weakened, the dragon population was vastly reduced, and the political landscape of Westeros was forever altered. The war demonstrated the destructive potential of dragons in Westerosi warfare and highlighted the vulnerabilities within the Targaryen line. Moreover, the decimation of the dragon population foreshadowed the eventual decline of these creatures into legend and myth, significantly reducing the mystique and power of House Targaryen. The Dance of the Dragons thus serves as a somber reminder of the consequences of dynastic disputes and the perilous nature of dragonfire. It reshaped the political dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms and heralded the slow decline of the Targaryen dynasty's dominance, setting the stage for future conflicts and the eventual rise of new powers within Westeros. Story 10. Daemon Blackfyre, born Daemon Waters, was a seminal figure whose life sparked one of the most significant civil wars in Westerosi history, the Blackfyre Rebellion. This internal conflict stemmed from issues of legitimacy, ambition, and the very essence of what it meant to be a ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon was the bastard son of King Aegon IV Targaryen, known derogatorily as Aegon the Unworthy, and his cousin Daena Targaryen. From an early age, Daemon exhibited the quintessential traits of a Targaryen: charisma, martial prowess, and a commanding presence. Recognizing these qualities and perhaps favoring him due to their shared characteristics, Aegon IV presented Daemon with the Blackfyre sword. This was not merely a weapon, but a symbol traditionally held by Targaryen heirs, thus sowing seeds of legitimacy in the eyes of the realm regarding Daemon's potential claim to the throne. On his deathbed, Aegon IV legitimized all his bastard children, including Daemon. This act was intended to restore their honors, but instead planted the seeds of division. Daemon took the name Blackfyre and began to cultivate a following. He was knighted at just 12 years of age and quickly became a celebrated figure in the realm. His supporters saw him as the true embodiment of Targaryen virtues, unlike his half-brother Targaryen I, whose legitimacy was shrouded in rumors due to his mother's Dornish heritage and perceived weak rule. The friction between Daemon's potential claim and Daemon's kingship culminated in Daemon proclaiming himself King Daemon I Blackfyre in 196 AC, after which he openly rebelled against Targaryen I. This marked the beginning of the Blackfyre Rebellion, drawing the realm into a bitter and bloody civil war. Daemon's claim was supported by numerous lords who were disillusioned with Daemon's rule or enamored by Daemon's heroic persona. The war reached its zenith at the Battle of the Redgrass Field, a devastating conflict that would determine the fate of Daemon's rebellion. Despite early successes, Daemon and his forces were ultimately defeated. Daemon was slain during the battle, delivering a crushing blow to the Blackfyre cause. His death, however, did not extinguish the ambitions of his lineage. His descendants continued to challenge the Targaryens in subsequent rebellions, each fueled by the legacy of Daemon's claim and the hope of restoring the Blackfyre line to the throne. Despite his failure to secure the crown, Daemon Blackfyre's impact on Westeros was profound. He left behind a legacy that continued to challenge the Targaryen dynasty, diminishing its strength and setting a precedent for noble houses to rise against the crown. His life and rebellion encapsulate the complexities of royal succession, the powerful allure of a charismatic leader, and the deep divisions that can arise from civil strife. Daemon's story serves as a cautionary tale about the perils of ambition and the destructive potential of civil war, reflecting themes of power, legitimacy, and conflict that resonate deeply in the lore of Westeros. The Blackfyre Rebellion, sparked by his initial uprising, continued to shape the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms, highlighting the enduring consequences of his actions and the divisive nature of his legacy. Story 11. The Targaryens, with their striking silver hair and violet eyes, are the last surviving sons of the once great civilization of Valyria, a civilization renowned for its advanced knowledge and powerful magic. The connection between the Targaryens and the ancient freehold of Valyria is rich with myths, legends, and stories that not only illuminate the mystical qualities of this noble house, but also underscore their unique position in the history of Westeros. Valyria, known as the Freehold, was a powerful empire built on the might of dragons and the mastery of arcane arts. This civilization was unparalleled in its time, with advancements in architecture, sorcery, and warfare that left most of the known world in awe and in envy. The Valyrians were also known for their skills in forging steel, which led to the creation of Valyrian steel a material lighter and stronger than any other, capable of holding magical properties. Among the noble families of Valyria, the Targaryens were not the most powerful, but they were significant. Their legacy began to form when Daenerys the Dreamer, a daughter of House Targaryen, had a prophetic vision foreseeing the doom of Valyria, a catastrophic eruption that would destroy much of the Valyrian peninsula. Heeding this prophecy, the Targaryens moved their family and their dragons to the island fortress of Dragonstone in the Narrow Sea, thus escaping the calamity that would obliterate Valyria and most of its dragon lord families. The fall of Valyria left a power vacuum that the Targaryens were well positioned to fill, thanks to their possession of dragons, the last in the world. Over a century after the doom, Aegon Targaryen, later known as Aegon the Conqueror, and his sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys launched a campaign from Dragonstone to conquer and unify the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, a feat they achieved with remarkable success thanks to their dragons. The myths and legends of old Valyria continued to play a significant role in the identity and actions of the Targaryen dynasty. The Targaryens often viewed themselves as the inheritors of the Valyrian legacy, bound by both blood and prophecy to rule. This belief was strengthened by their dragons, which were seen not just as powerful weapons but also as mystical symbols of their lost homeland and its divine favor. One of the most enduring Valyrian legends that influenced the Targaryens was the prophecy of Azor Ahai, a mythical hero who was said to have wielded a flaming sword, Lightbringer, to defeat the darkness. Many Targaryens, including Rhaegar, believed that they or their descendants might be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to bring light and salvation during a time of great darkness. The Targaryens also maintained other Valyrian traditions, such as their incestuous marriages, meant to keep their bloodline pure, a practice that was both a cause of their occasional madness and their mystical affinity with dragons. These marriages, often between brothers and sisters, were modelled on those of the Valyrian dragon lords, who believed that the blood of the dragon must remain pure and undiluted. Moreover, the Targaryens continued the Valyrian practice of magic and alchemy, though much of this knowledge was lost with Valyria. They were known to dabble in various arcane practices, from attempts to hatch dragon eggs using sorcery to prophetic visions similar to those of Daenerys the Dreamer, suggesting a lingering connection to the magical arts of their ancestors. The fall of the Targaryens during Robert's Rebellion and the death of their dragons marked a significant decline in the magical and dynastic power they once wielded, mirroring the fall of Valyria itself. However, the resurgence of dragons with Daenerys Targaryen, often styled as Daenerys Stormborn, reignited the mythic status of the Targaryens, suggesting that the blood of old Valyria still carried the ancient magic of dragons and fire. In conclusion, the connection between the Targaryens and the ancient freehold of Valyria is a profound and defining element of their identity. Through centuries, the myths and legends of Valyria have shaped the destiny of the Targaryen family, influencing their rule in Westeros and their cultural practices. These stories underscore the Targaryens' belief in their divine right to rule, their mystical heritage, and their ultimate role in the larger cosmic battles prophesied in ancient lore. The legacy of Valyria, with its dragons and magic, continues to be a powerful force in the narrative of the Seven Kingdoms, a reminder of a more magical and formidable age. Story 12. Valyria, once the most advanced civilization in the known world, met its end in a cataclysmic event known as the Doom. This tragedy not only reshaped the geopolitical landscape of the world, but also set the stage for the rise of the Targaryens in Westeros. Understanding the doom of Valyria and the Targaryen escape requires delving into the rich history and the mysterious circumstances surrounding this apocalyptic moment. Valyria was the center of the world, known for its advancements in magic, technology, and especially its dominion over dragons. The Valyrian Freehold was a republic ruled by dragonlord families, among whom the Targaryens were only a minor house. The Freehold's power was such that it managed to forge an empire that spanned much of Essos based on its military might and the feared presence of its dragons. The precise causes of the doom remain shrouded in mystery and speculation. The event itself took place approximately 400 years before the events of A Song of Ice and Fire. It was described as a cataclysm of fire and earthquakes, wherein the 14 flames, the chain of volcanoes where the Valyrians had first tamed their dragons, erupted simultaneously. These volcanic explosions were so powerful and destructive that they obliterated the city of Valyria in a single, devastating event. The skies were filled with ash and smoke for years, and the land around Valyria, once fertile and vibrant, was left a desolate, smoking ruin known thereafter as the Smoking Sea. Legends say that the doom was foreseen by a young maiden of House Targaryen, Daenerys the Dreamer. She had a prophetic vision of fire and ruin engulfing the city, prompting her father, Aenar Targaryen, to move his family, their 5 dragons, and all their wealth from Valyria to the distant, rocky island of Dragonstone off the coast of Westeros. This decision was met with skepticism and ridicule by other Valyrian families, yet it ultimately saved the Targaryens from the catastrophic fate that befell their homeland. At Dragonstone, the Targaryens established themselves as the lords of the island, fortifying their new stronghold and slowly growing in power. While the rest of the world struggled to recover from the shock of Valyria's destruction, the Targaryens remained isolated but secure, their dragons thriving. The political landscape of Essos was dramatically altered with the fall of Valyria, leading to chaos and the rise of new cities and powers, such as the Free Cities, and significantly weakening the once unassailable dominance of the Valyrian Freehold. Over the next century, the Targaryens watched from Dragonstone as the world changed, making no attempts to reclaim the glory of Valyria or intervene in the affairs of the fractured Essos. Instead, they bided their time until Aegon Targaryen and his sister wives Rhaenys and Visenya launched their conquest of the disparate and warring kingdoms of Westeros, eventually founding what would be known as the Seven Kingdoms. The doom of Valyria served as a dire warning about the perils of hubris and the volatility of magic, themes that echo throughout the tales of the Targaryens and their dragons. The survival of House Targaryen through Daenerys' prophetic vision underscores a recurring motif in their history, that of prophecy and fate guiding their actions. Their escape from Valyria and subsequent rise to power in Westeros was seen by many as destiny, a belief that shaped much of Targaryen rule in the centuries to come. In reflecting on the doom, one cannot help but consider the implications it had for the Targaryens and the world. It destroyed a civilization that had mastered mysteries no other could, leaving behind ruins and legends that haunt the world to this day. For the Targaryens, it provided a new beginning, a chance to rise from the ashes of Valyria and forge a new legacy in Westeros. The story of their survival and ascent is a testament to their adaptability and foresight, qualities that would define their dynasty as much as their dragons and their often fiery rule. In essence, the doom of Valyria is not just a story of destruction, it is also a tale of survival and rebirth, of a family that escaped the flames and went on to build an empire of their own. The memory of Valyria, with its dragons and sorcerers, continues to inspire awe and fear, serving as a stark reminder of the might that once was and what can happen when the forces of nature are underestimated or provoked. Story 13. Rhaegar Targaryen remains one of the most enigmatic and romanticized figures in the lore of Westeros. Known for his melancholy demeanor and introspective nature, Rhaegar's skill with the harp was legendary, almost as much as his prowess as a warrior. His music, imbued with a poignant beauty that could move even the most hardened soldier to tears, inspired numerous tales and songs that are still sung across the Seven Kingdoms. Born the first son of King Aerys II Targaryen and Queen Rhaella, Rhaegar was a prince marked by prophecy. From an early age he showed a deep inclination towards solitude and books, and his interest in the old prophecies of his family was profound. It was said that he found in music a solace that the burden of his birthright denied him in other aspects of life. Rhaegar's talent with the harp was such that at gatherings, courtiers and common folk alike would stop and listen, enraptured by the haunting beauty of his music. One of the most famous stories about Rhaegar's harp playing takes place at the tourney at Harrenhal, the largest and most magnificent tourney ever held in Westeros. It was there that Rhaegar, playing his silver-stringed harp, performed songs of such melancholy and depth that many listeners wept openly. But it wasn't just his music that left a mark on that day, it was also the moment he crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty, setting a garland of blue roses in her lap, an act that would have monumental consequences for the realm. Rhaegar's music became a symbol of his complex persona. While some saw it as an expression of his soul, others interpreted it as a longing for something beyond his reach. Tales of his performances at court suggest that his songs often reflected his obsession with the prophecy that he believed spelled doom for the world, but might also herald its salvation. His frequent retreats to the ruins of Summerhall with only his harp for company fueled rumors that he was not just a prince but a poet, a dreamer who felt more at home in the realm of songs and shadows than on the Iron Throne. The prince's musical talents were not just for solitary enjoyment or small gatherings. During the grand tourney at Harrenhal, he played a song so haunting that the silence afterward was profound. This moment is often cited in songs and stories as emblematic of Rhaegar's spirit, beautiful yet touched by a deep, inescapable sadness. Rhaegar's music is also central to the romantic and tragic love story between him and Lyanna Stark. Legend has it that he composed songs for her, songs of such sweetness and sadness that they remain a poignant reminder of their doomed love. These songs have passed into the folklore of the North, where bards sing of the dragon prince and the wolf maid whose love would change the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms. After Rhaegar's death at the Battle of the Trident, his harp was reportedly returned to Dragonstone, though some songs suggest it was buried with him at the site of his death. This has led to numerous tales about the location of Rhaegar's harp, each more fantastical than the last. Some believe that discovering Rhaegar's harp could reveal secrets he carried to his grave, perhaps concerning the prophecy that so obsessed him. The songs inspired by Rhaegar Targaryen serve as a testament to the enduring power of his legacy. He is remembered not as a warrior or a potential king, but as a tragic hero, a figure of profound depth and emotion, whose life echoed the sad, beautiful songs he played. In Westeros, Rhaegar's music symbolizes the lost potential of a prince, who could have been one of the realm's greatest rulers, but instead became a central figure in a saga of love, prophecy and war. In conclusion, Rhaegar Targaryen's legacy is shaped as much by his music as by his actions. His harp playing encapsulated his inner life, reflecting his dreams, fears, and the melancholy that defined him. The tales and songs that celebrate his musical talents keep his memory alive in Westeros, painting a portrait of a prince whose depth and complexity made him one of the most intriguing figures in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. His music remains a poignant reminder of what was lost in the fires of rebellion and the price paid for the power struggles of the Iron Throne. Story 14. Harrenhal, the largest castle in all of Westeros, has been shrouded in legend and superstition since its inception. Known for its colossal size and the tragic fates of those who have held it, Harrenhal is said to be cursed, a place where doom befalls all its lords. The castle's dark reputation is entwined with Targaryen history, particularly since it was the conquest of Aegon the Conqueror that marked the beginning of its ill fortune. Constructed by Harren the Black, the last of the Ironborn kings of the Riverlands, Harrenhal was built to be an invincible fortress. Harren poured vast resources into its construction, enslaving scores of people and depleting the surrounding forests to build its towering walls and 5 formidable towers. The castle was completed on the very day Aegon the Conqueror landed in Westeros, a timing that would prove to be ominous. Aegon's arrival marked a shift in power dynamics across Westeros. Intent on establishing his rule, Aegon reached Harrenhal, where Harren the Black had holed up, confident in the impregnability of his new fortress. However, Harren's arrogance was his downfall. Aegon unleashed his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, who flew over the high walls of Harrenhal and bathed the castle in dragonfire. The intense heat melted the stone, and Harren and his sons were burned alive within the walls of their mighty keep, thus beginning the curse of Harrenhal. From that day forward, Harrenhal became known as a cursed place. The enormity of the castle made it difficult to maintain, and its vast halls and numerous chambers often stood empty, adding to its eerie aura. It was said that the ghosts of Harren and his sons haunted its towers, crying out for their lost kingdom. Story 18. The sacking of King's Landing stands as a defining moment in the history of Westeros, marking the dramatic conclusion of Robert's rebellion and the fall of the Targaryen dynasty that had ruled for nearly 3 centuries. This event not only reshaped the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms, but also left a deep and lasting scar on the collective memory of its people. Robert's rebellion, often referred to as the War of the Usurper, was ignited by a series of explosive and contentious events. The apparent abduction of Lyanna Stark by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen served as the immediate catalyst, but underlying tensions had been building for years, fueled by the erratic and increasingly tyrannical behavior of King Aerys II Targaryen, known as the Mad King. The situation escalated when Aerys brutally executed Rickard and Brandon Stark without a fair trial, demanding the heads of Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, further stoking the flames of rebellion. As the conflict spread, Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn, and Eddard Stark emerged as leaders of the rebellion, garnering support from various corners of the realm. Battles such as the Battle of the Bells and the decisive Battle of the Trident, where Prince Rhaegar was killed by Robert Baratheon, significantly weakened the Targaryen hold on the throne. Following Rhaegar's death, the momentum of the rebellion shifted irrevocably towards Robert and his allies. The climax of the rebellion came with the sacking of King's Landing. As Robert lay injured from the Trident, the decision was made to take the capital. Tywin Lannister, who had remained neutral for much of the conflict, marched his forces to King's Landing under the guise of defending the city for King Aerys. However, upon being allowed entry, the Lannister forces began a brutal sack of the city, marking one of the darkest hours in the history of the capital. During the chaos, several grievous acts were committed. The Mad King, obsessed with not surrendering the city to the rebels, ordered his pyromancer to ignite caches of wildfire placed around the city to burn King's Landing to the ground. However, this catastrophic plan was never realized. Jaime Lannister, a member of the King's Guard, famously known afterward as the Kingslayer, killed both the pyromancer and King Aerys, effectively ending the Targaryen reign. The horrors of the sack did not end with the death of the Mad King. The Lannister forces, in their pillage, committed numerous atrocities. The most notorious of these was the murder of Rhaegar's wife, Princess Ilia Martell of Dorne, and their 2 young children, which was carried out by Gregor Clegane and Amory Lorch. These acts were intended to demonstrate the Lannisters' loyalty to the new regime, but instead sowed deep seeds of enmity and revenge, particularly within Dorne. The sacking of King's Landing culminated with Robert Baratheon being proclaimed King of the Seven Kingdoms, thus establishing the Baratheon dynasty. The fall of the city signaled a new era in Westeros, but it came at a great cost. The sack left deep psychological scars on the survivors and tarnished the reputations of many involved, including Tywin Lannister and Jaime Lannister. The aftermath of the sacking also had long-lasting implications for the realm. It sparked years of further unrest and discord, including the Greyjoy Rebellion and ongoing tensions with Dorne. Additionally, the manner of the Targaryens' defeat and the savagery of the sack fueled a desire for vengeance among the surviving members of the House Targaryen, particularly Daenerys and Viserys, who were spirited away to safety across the narrow sea. In retelling the events of Robert's rebellion and the sacking of King's Landing, one reflects on the complex interplay of ambition, loyalty, and betrayal that defines so much of Westerosi history. The consequences of the rebellion are felt in the politics, alliances and conflicts that continue to shape the narrative of the Seven Kingdoms, highlighting the enduring impact of those tumultuous days. The sacking of King's Landing remains a powerful reminder of the fragility of peace and the often devastating cost of power. Story 19. Dark Sister is one of the famed Valyrian steel swords that belonged to House Targaryen, a blade steeped in lore and blood, wielded by some of the most enigmatic and formidable members of the family throughout the history of Westeros. Unlike its counterpart, Blackfire, which was often associated with the rulers of the Targaryen dynasty, Dark Sister was known for its use by those of a more cunning and often darker nature within the house. Forged in Valyria before the Doom, Dark Sister was one of the two ancestral swords of House Targaryen. The blade was designed as a lighter, sleeker weapon compared to typical broadswords, making it well suited to those of slighter build or those who preferred speed and precision in combat. Its blade was thin and sharp, described as being almost whisper thin, making it a deadly instrument in the hands of a skilled fighter. The first known Targaryen to wield Dark Sister was Visenya Targaryen, one of Aegon the Conqueror's sisters and wives. Visenya, a warrior in her own right, who was as adept in the mystic arts as she was in battle, used Dark Sister to deadly effect during Aegon's conquest of Westeros. Visenya's proficiency with the blade was legendary, and her fierce spirit was said to be mirrored in the dark, sleek lines of the sword. After Visenya, Dark Sister was passed down through generations of Targaryens, often finding its way into the hands of those who shared Visenya's warrior spirit and mystic inclinations. One of the most notable wielders was Prince Daemon Targaryen, a figure whose life was marked by his bold and adventurous nature. Daemon used Dark Sister during the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryen Civil War, where he famously wielded the sword in a duel above the God's Eye Lake, where he and his nephew, Aim and One Eye killed each other. Daemon leapt from his dragon Caraxes to Aemon's dragon Vagar, plunging Dark Sister into his nephew's eye, thus ending the life of both men in a fierce battle that has been immortalized in the songs and stories of the realm. After the dance of the dragons, the sword was believed to have been lost. However, it resurfaced years later when it came into the possession of Bloodraven, a bastard of House Targaryen and later a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Bloodraven, whose real name was Brynden Rivers, was a figure shrouded in mystery, known for his use of dark sorceries and his service as the Hand of the King. Bloodraven carried Dark Sister to the wall when he took the Black, and legends suggest that he took the sword with him when he disappeared beyond the wall during arranging, never to be seen again. The fate of Dark Sister after Bloodraven's disappearance remains a mystery, and a subject of much speculation among the scholars and fans of the lore of Westeros. Some believe that the sword still lies with Bloodraven deep in the haunted forests beyond the wall, perhaps hidden in the cave where he became the last Greenseer, the three-eyed raven. Others theorize that the sword could resurface in the hands of a new wielder, perhaps connected to the Stark family, given their ancestral ties to the Targaryens and the ongoing mystical events unfolding in the north. The legend of Dark Sister is not just about the physical blade itself, but also about the qualities it represents: cunning, darkness, and the complex nature of those who wielded it. The sword symbolizes the dual nature of those in House Targaryen, who were capable of great bravery and significant darkness. Its history is a reflection of the broader history of the Targaryens in Westeros, marked by conquest, civil war, mystery, and the magic that underlies their dynasty story. In essence, Dark Sister is more than just a Valyrian steel sword. It is a symbol of the mystique and the menacing allure of the Targaryens, a family both revered and feared. The sword's tale weaves through the history of Westeros, a shadowy thread linking some of the most pivotal and tumultuous events in the Seven Kingdoms. Its legacy continues to inspire fascination and speculation, holding a place of honor in the lore of the land. Story 20. The death of the last dragon in the Targaryen stables marked a significant and symbolic moment in the history of Westeros, signaling not just the end of an era where dragons roamed the skies, but also a profound weakening of House Targaryen's mystical and political power. This event, occurring during the reign of King Aegon III, who was ironically nicknamed the Dragonbane, cast a long shadow over the dynasty and foreshadowed its eventual decline. The Targaryen dragons were legendary, having been the backbone of the family's ascent to power in Westeros. From Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters, who used their dragons to unify the Seven Kingdoms, to their descendants who relied on these formidable beasts to enforce and maintain their rule, dragons were intrinsically tied to the identity and strength of House Targaryen. Thus, the death of the last dragon was not merely a loss of a creature, but a significant blow to the very heart of Targaryen supremacy. The last dragon, whose name has been lost to history, was said to be a sickly, stunted creature with withered wings, a far cry from the majestic beasts like Balerion or Vagar that had once defined the Targaryen dynasty. This dragon's death during Aegon II's reign was a culmination of a gradual decline that had begun after the Dance of the Dragons, a brutal civil war within House Targaryen that saw many of the great dragons slain. The causes behind the decline of the dragons are manifold, involving a combination of war, overuse, inbreeding, and possibly a loss of knowledge about dragon rearing and magic that was not fully understood even at the height of Targaryen power. After the Civil War, efforts to hatch new dragons from the remaining eggs had repeatedly failed, with each subsequent generation of dragons growing weaker and less impressive than its predecessors. The impact of the last dragon's death on House Targaryen was profound and multifaceted. Politically, it signaled a weakening of the royal house's awe-inspiring image. The Targaryens were no longer the unassailable rulers riding dragons, they were mere mortals, as vulnerable as other noble houses. This shift in perception encouraged dissent and rebellion, as the mystical fear and respect that the dragons had inspired were no longer factors that the Targaryens could rely upon to deter their enemies. Culturally, the death of the last dragon also represented the end of an age of wonders, a time when the impossible seemed within reach, and magic was a visible part of the world. With the dragons gone, a certain magic seemed to leave the world of Westeros, ushering in a more cynical and pragmatic age. For the common folk and the small folk, dragons had been a symbol of the otherworldly nature of their rulers. Their extinction made the world a smaller, less magical place. Furthermore, the loss affected the Targaryen family on a personal and psychological level. For a house so intertwined with these mythical beasts, the dragon's extinction was a loss of identity and heritage. Some Targaryens, including Aegon III, were reportedly haunted by the loss, consumed by a mix of guilt and nostalgia for the days when dragons had filled the skies. The Targaryens attempted various methods to bring the dragons back, including alchemical experiments and source rituals, which were mostly unsuccessful and often ridiculed by the populace and other noble houses. The dragon eggs that remained turned into lifeless stone, symbols of failed hopes and lost glory. In the long term, the extinction of the dragons contributed to the eventual downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. Without their dragons, the Targaryens gradually lost both the absolute control they had once exercised over the Seven Kingdoms and the invincible mystique that had surrounded their rule. By the time of the Mad King, Aerys II, the Targaryens were relying more on fear than on respect or loyalty, a shift that would ultimately contribute to the dynasty's overthrow during Robert's Rebellion. In essence, the death of the last dragon was a pivotal moment in Westerosi history, a turning point that reshaped the future of the realm. It underscored the transient nature of power and the inevitable decline of empires, teaching a poignant lesson on the impermanence of greatness and the end of an era defined by fire and blood. Story 21. The tourney at Harrenhal, held in the year 281 AC during the fall spring, is one of the most storied and significant events in the history of Westeros. This grand tournament not only showcased the chivalric and martial traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, but also served as a crucial turning point in the realm's politics, setting the stage for the outbreak of Robert's Rebellion and the eventual fall of the Targaryen dynasty. Organized by Lord Went of Harrenhal, the tourney was rumored to have been secretly financed by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, who many believed intended to use the occasion to gather the realm's most influential lords and discuss plans to curb the increasingly erratic behavior of his father. King Aerys II Targaryen, known as the Mad King. Such a gathering offered a rare opportunity for dialogue and alliance building among the great houses under the guise of friendly competition. The tourney at Harrenhal attracted knights and lords from across Westeros, turning it into one of the largest and most lavish events of its kind. It lasted for 10 days, featuring jousts, melee battles, archery competitions and feasts, drawing a spectacular attendance that included the likes of Eddard Stark, Robert Baratheon, Jaime Lannister, and many other notable figures of the realm. One of the most memorable moments of the tourney was the unexpected victory of a mystery knight known as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. This unknown knight, bearing the sigil of a laughing weirwood tree, appeared on the third day of the tourney and defeated 3 knights, whose squires had earlier bullied a young crannogman, Howland Reed, who had come to attend the festivities. The identity of this enigmatic knight was never officially revealed, though speculation abounded that it was Lyanna Stark, Eddard's sister, known for her wild spirit and excellent horsemanship. King Aerys, paranoid and disturbed, saw the mystery knight as a potential threat and sent Rhaegar to unmask him, but the knight had vanished by the time the prince went searching. The tourney's most significant and far-reaching event, however, occurred during the final joust. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, having won the competition, rode past his own wife, Princess Elia Martell of Dawn, to lay the Queen of Love and Beauty's crown of blue winter roses in the lap of Lyanna Stark, a gesture that stunned all attendees. Rhaegar's action was highly unusual and controversial, as Lyanna was betrothed to Robert Baratheon, and the prince himself was married with children. This public declaration was seen by many as a scandalous slight against both Robert and Elia, and was interpreted as a symbolic indication of Rhaegar's affection for Lyanna. The implications of Rhaegar's choice were profound, stirring tensions among several major houses. While some saw it as a simple act of infatuation or admiration, others perceived deeper political motives, possibly even a signal of Rhaegar's intent to align with the Starks against his unstable father. The event certainly added fuel to the already simmering resentments and rivalries among the great houses, setting a series of events into motion that would lead to Lyanna's disappearance, and, ultimately, to the outbreak of Robert's Rebellion. Furthermore, King Aerys' own behavior at the tourney exacerbated the political tensions. His decision to attend the event, despite seldom leaving the Red Keep due to his paranoia, was surprising. His presence turned ominous, as he openly expressed his suspicions about conspiracies against his rule and behaved erratically, further convincing many lords of the realm that the king was no longer fit to rule. The tourney at Harrenhal thus was more than just a sporting event. It was a nexus of political intrigue, personal drama, and pivotal decisions that influenced the course of Westerosi history. The interactions and decisions at Harrenhal had lasting impacts, directly influencing the dynamics of power among the noble families, altering personal loyalties, and setting the stage for the civil war that would end the Targaryen dynasty's reign. In the collective memory of Westeros, the tourney at Harrenhal remains emblematic of a lost era, a time just before the realm was engulfed by war, a final celebration of the chivalric age that would soon give way to rebellion and upheaval. Its legacy is a tapestry woven from threads of romance, chivalry, ambition, and tragedy, reflecting the complex and often tumultuous nature of the struggle for power in the Seven Kingdoms. Story 22. Sir Duncan the Tall, commonly known as Dunk, emerges as one of the most beloved and central figures in the historical narrative of Westeros, particularly through his adventures detailed in the Tales of Dunk and Egg series. These stories, set nearly a century before the events of A Harm of Ice and Fire, chronicle Dunk's journey from a humble hedge knight to a legendary figure deeply intertwined with the fate of House Targaryen. Dunk's story begins in Flea Bottom, one of the poorest slums of King's Landing, where he grew up as an orphan. His life took a dramatic turn when he was taken into service by Sir Arlan of Pennytree, a hedge knight who travelled the Seven Kingdoms participating in tournaments. Upon Sir Arlan's death, Dunk decided to take up his mantle, claiming knighthood, though it is heavily implied that he was never formally knighted. His tall stature and inherent sense of honour earned him the moniker Dunk the Tall. The first significant chapter in Dunk's story unfolds at the tourney at Ashford Meadow, where he enters the lists to compete as a knight. It is here that he first crosses paths with Aegon V. Targaryen, a young boy who is initially introduced as a simple stable boy. Egg later reveals himself to be a Targaryen prince travelling incognito. The two form an unlikely bond, with Egg becoming Dunk's squire, setting the stage for their future adventures together. One of their most notable adventures is depicted in The Mystery Night, which sees Dunk and Egg embroiled in the political intrigues surrounding a rebellion against House Targaryen. The story takes place during a wedding tourney at White Walls, which Dunk and Egg discover as a front for a conspiracy led by disgruntled lords aiming to instate a Blackfyre pretender on the Iron Throne, continuing the Blackfyre Rebellion. The tourney is filled with undercover agents, hidden loyalties, and covert meetings, all of which Dunk finds himself unwittingly drawn into. Despite his outsider status and seeming naivety, Dunk plays a pivotal role in uncovering the conspiracy. His inherent sense of justice and loyalty to the Targaryen crown guide his actions. With Egg's help, who secretly communicates with his father, Maekar Targaryen, Dunk helps to foil the rebellion. His bravery and integrity during these events earn him the respect and trust of both Egg and many influential figures within the realm. Dunk's involvement in Targaryen politics deepens as his relationship with Egg develops over the years. When Egg ascends to the throne as King Aegon V, Dunk is elevated to the position of Lord Commander of the King's Guard, one of the highest honours and responsibilities in the kingdom. His tenure as Lord Commander is marked by his continued commitment to justice and his efforts to protect the royal family. Dunk's influence is felt not just in his direct actions but also in his impact on Aegon V's rule. Aegon's reign is noted for its progressive policies, particularly his efforts to improve the rights and welfare of the common people. Many of these policies reflect the ideals and morals that Dunk, a commoner by birth, holds dear. Thus, Dunk's perspectives and values, shaped by his humble origins and experiences as a hedge knight, play a crucial role in shaping the ethos of Aegon V's kingship. Tragically, both Dunk and Aegon V's lives come to an end at the tragic event known as the Tragedy of Summerhall, a mysterious fire that claimed several members of the Targaryen family. The details of this event remain obscure, but it is known that it involved a failed attempt to hatch dragon eggs, and Dunk died heroically trying to save others from the flames. The legacy of Ser Duncan the Tall is preserved in the annals of Westerosi history and in the personal histories of those he influenced. He is remembered not only as a paragon of knighthood, but also as a man who bridged the worlds of commoners and royals, influencing the highest levels of Targaryen politics, with his uniquely straightforward and honourable approach to life and duty. His story exemplifies how individual integrity and bravery can alter the course of history, underscoring the recurring theme that true knightliness resides not in titles or blood, but in one's actions and heart. Story 23. The defiance of Duskendale stands as a significant event in the annals of Westerosi history, marking a critical turning point in the Targaryen dynasty's decline and setting the stage for the eventual fall of the Mad King. Aerys Targaryen. This incident not only demonstrated the fragility of Targaryen rule, but also had profound psychological effects on Aerys, exacerbating his paranoia and cruelty, which ultimately led to his downfall and the end of his dynasty. The origins of the revolt trace back to the town of Duskendale, where Lord Denys Darklan, influenced by his ambitious Myrish wife, Lady Serala, sought to gain a charter of privileges similar to those held by the free cities of Essos. These privileges included rights to self-governance and lower taxes. Lord Darklan's demands were initially part of a broader trend of local lords testing the limits of royal authority, a pattern exacerbated by economic difficulties and the increasingly erratic behavior of King Aerys. When Aerys refused the demands, Lord Darklan took a drastic and fateful step by capturing the king himself during a royal visit intended to resolve the conflict. Aerys had been advised against the visit by his hand, Lord Tywin Lannister, and other councillors, but driven by a combination of overconfidence and a desire to assert his authority, he went anyway. His capture marked the beginning of the 6-month-long standoff known as the Defiance of Duskendale. The capture of a reigning monarch was unprecedented, and sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom. It challenged the very foundation of the Targaryen rule, which had been unassailable for nearly 3 centuries, primarily due to the threat posed by their dragons, now extinct. With the dragons gone, the vulnerability of the Targaryens was laid bare, and the defiance of Duskendale highlighted this new reality. During his captivity, Aerys was subjected to humiliation and isolation, which had a profound impact on his mental state. Before his capture, Aerys had shown signs of instability and cruelty, but his experience in Duskendale deepened his paranoia and hatred, particularly towards those he perceived as traitors, including his once trusted hand, Tywin Lannister, whom he suspected of leaving him in captivity to usurp the throne. The standoff ended when Sir Barristan Selmy, a member of the Kingsguard, heroically infiltrated Duskendale, killed the guards and rescued Aerys. This daring rescue briefly made Selmy a hero in the eyes of the realm, but the damage to Aerys' psyche was irreversible. Following his release, Aerys refused to leave the Red Keep for years, grew distrustful of his own son and heir, Prince Rhaegar, and began a series of brutal retaliations against perceived enemies. The aftermath of Duskendale was bloody and far-reaching. Aerys ordered the execution of the entire Darkland family and the houses that supported them, including the horrific burning alive of Lord Darkland and his wife, employing fire as his preferred method of execution, a grim foreshadowing of his later obsession with wildfire. These acts of vengeance alienated many of his subjects and drove a deeper wedge between him and his hand, Tywin Lannister, who later resigned from his position. The long-term consequences of the defiance of Duskendale were profound. It weakened the Targaryen grip on power, both symbolically and practically, by revealing the vulnerability of the monarchy. It also set the stage for the escalating conflict between Aerys and Rhaegar, as Rhaegar began to be seen by many as a preferable alternative to his increasingly mad father. This internal family conflict sowed the seeds for the division within the house that would later contribute to the outbreak of Robert's rebellion. Moreover, Aerys' erratic decrees and unpredictable behavior following Duskendale eroded the loyalty of even his staunchest supporters, setting the kingdom on a path to civil war. The alienation of key figures such as the Starks, Baratheons and Arryns, following the execution of Rickard and Brandon Stark under dubious charges, directly led to the alliance that would dethrone the Targaryens. In essence, the defiance of Duskendale was more than just a revolt, it was a critical juncture that highlighted the end of an era of Targaryen invincibility and the beginning of the end for their dynasty. It encapsulated the dangers of royal hubris and the deep-seated issues within the Targaryen rule, eventually culminating in the dynasty's downfall and the rise of a new order in Westeros. Story 24. Ashai by the Shadow, a mysterious and ancient city located at the southeastern edge of the known world of Westeros, is shrouded in legends and dark tales. Known for its immense size and ominous atmosphere, where the sun shines dimly Ashai has been a focal point for the study and practice of arcane arts and dark magics for millennia. Its influence permeates various aspects of Targaryen lore, notably impacting Daenerys Targaryen and her journey towards reclaiming her family's lost throne. Ashai's connection to the Targaryens is deeply rooted in their Valyrian heritage, which itself is steeped in the practice of magic, including dragon binding, the art of controlling dragons, which were once thought to be brought from the Shadowlands near Ashai. This link suggests that the ancient knowledge and practices of Ashai were part of the foundation of Valyrian power, which the Targaryens inherited. The city is often mentioned in myths and stories as a place where dragons and other mythical creatures once roamed freely, hinting at a connection that might explain the mystical affinities of the Targaryen bloodline. Daenerys Targaryen's journey in particular is significantly influenced by the lore and mystique of Ashai. Though she never visits Ashai herself, its culture and practices impact her through various characters and teachings that come from or are influenced by the city. One of the most notable figures is Quaithe, a Shadowbinder from Ashai, who appears to Daenerys in Quoth. Quaithe delivers cryptic messages and prophecies, urging Daenerys to come to Ashai to learn the truth about dragons. To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. And to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. This prophecy from Quaithe hints at a deeper connection between Daenerys' destiny and the ancient knowledge of Ashai. The magics of Ashai are also evident in the rituals that surround Daenerys' story. The most pivotal of these is the rebirth of her dragon eggs in the funeral pyre of Khal Drogo, which some speculate to involve blood magic learned from Miri Mazdur, who studied in Ashai. The ritual, which leads to the hatching of the first dragons seen in the world for over a century, is steeped in the kind of powerful and dangerous magic associated with Ashai. This event reshapes Daenerys' identity and her path, linking her inexorably to the mystical powers that Ashai represents. Moreover, the lore of Ashai includes deep knowledge about the prophesied figure of Azor Ahai, or the prince that was promised a savior in the faith of Arhala, who is foretold to combat a great darkness. Melisandre, a red priestess from Ashai, interprets Stannis Baratheon and later Jon Snow as possible incarnations of this prophecy, which significantly influences the political and military strategies in Westeros. Daenerys, with her dragons, is also seen by many as a potential fulfillment of this prophecy, and her actions and choices are often viewed through this lens, highlighting the cultural and mystical influence of Ashai on her legacy. The dark reputation of Ashai and its practices ranging from necromancy and shadow binding to other unnamed horrors is often viewed with suspicion and fear in Westeros and beyond. However, for Daenerys, the knowledge and mystical power associated with Ashai represent both a potential source of strength and a perilous temptation. The city's shadow looms as a metaphor for the choices she faces between using her power wisely or succumbing to the darker aspects of her heritage. In exploring the influence of Ashai on Targaryen lore, particularly regarding Daenerys, it becomes evident that the city embodies the double-edged nature of magic, its capacity to bestow great power and its potential to invoke great destruction. Ashai's teachings, whether directly or through intermediaries, shaped Daenerys' understanding of her own powers and the responsibilities they entail. They also enrich the mystical backdrop against which her story unfolds, adding layers of depth and complexity to her quest to reclaim the Iron Throne and to the broader narrative of the Targaryens in Westeros. Ultimately, Ashai's impact on Daenerys Targaryen and Targaryen lore encapsulates the broader themes of destiny, power, and identity that pervade the saga of Westeros. The city, with its dark magics and mysterious past, serves as both a literal and figurative shadow under which Daenerys' journey unfolds, shaping her path and the legacy of her house in profound and indelible ways. Story 25. The reign of King Viserys, the first Targaryen, which spanned from 103 AC to 129 AC, is often depicted as a period of relative peace and prosperity in Westeros, but beneath the surface. It was rife with political intrigue and the seeds of major conflict that would later erupt into the devastating civil war, known as the Dance of the Dragons. Viserys I ascended the Iron Throne following the death of his grandfather Jaehaerys I, the Old King, whose long rule had brought stability to the realm. Viserys was chosen over his cousin Rhaenys, the queen who never was, a decision that set a precedent for male succession that would later be contested. From the outset, Viserys sought to maintain the peace and prosperity that had characterized his grandfather's rule, but his own reign would be challenged by internal family dynamics and the ambitions of powerful houses. One of the first acts of Viserys was to name his daughter Rhaenyra as his heir. This decision was publicly affirmed with much ceremony, and the lords of the realm swore fealty to her, recognizing her as the future queen. Rhaenyra was the only child from Viserys' first marriage to Aemma Arryn, and the king's decision to name her as his heir reflected his deep affection for her and his confidence in her capabilities as a ruler. However, the political landscape began to shift following the death of Queen Aemma and the subsequent remarriage of Viserys to Alicent Hightower, the daughter of Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King. The marriage strengthened the already significant influence of House Hightower at court and brought Viserys and Alicent several children, including Aegon, who would later be a central figure in the struggle for the throne. The court of King Viserys became a hotbed of factionalism, with two primary factions emerging: the Blacks supporting Rhaenyra's claim to the throne, and the Greens. Named after the colour of the gown Alicent wore at a tourney, who supported the rights of Alicent's children to ascend to the throne, the rivalry between these factions was characterized by a series of political maneuvers, marriages, and the placement of loyalists in key positions within the realm. Throughout his reign, Viserys attempted to maintain a balance between these factions, often refusing to acknowledge the growing tensions. His policy was to keep the peace at all costs, often overlooking the undercurrents of discontent and rivalry that simmered beneath the surface. This approach led to a precarious stability that lasted throughout his reign but set the stage for future conflict. One of the most significant events of Viserys's reign was the Great Council of 128 AC, which was convened to address the succession following the death of Viserys's son and initial heir Balon. Despite the council deciding in favor of Viserys's claim over Rhaenys, the seeds of discord were further sown, as many saw the council's decision as a slight against the line of Rhaenys and a missed opportunity to address the succession more equitably. Viserys's insistence on keeping Rhaenyra as his heir, despite the presence of male offspring from his second marriage, was a constant source of tension at court. This decision was viewed by many, particularly those of the Green faction, as an affront to the traditional male preference primogeniture that had typically characterized succession in Westeros. The king's health and his eventual death in 129 AC brought these tensions to a head. Upon his passing, a swift and secretive coup was orchestrated by the Greens. Before news of Viserys's death could spread, Alicent Hightower and her father, Otto Hightower, moved quickly to crown Aegon, thereby usurping Rhaenyra's claim. This act sparked the Dance of the Dragons, a brutal civil war between Rhaenyra and Aegon II, which would lead to much bloodshed and the eventual weakening of Targaryen rule. In retrospect, the reign of Viserys I was marked not only by its veneer of peace, but also by the deep undercurrents of factionalism and intrigue that would eventually culminate in one of the bloodiest conflicts in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. The political dynamics of his court, particularly the rivalry between the Blacks and the Greens, highlighted the complexities of succession politics in a monarchy dependent on dynastic legitimacy and the personal whims of its ruler. The decisions made during Viserys's reign had long-lasting implications, shaping the course of Targaryen history and the fate of the realm for generations to come. Story 26. The defiance of Duskendale remains one of the most pivotal events in the later years of the Targaryen dynasty, marking a significant turning point in the reign of King Aerys II, known as the Mad King. This incident not only exposed the vulnerabilities of the Targaryen reign, but also significantly exacerbated the king's descent into paranoia and madness, setting the stage for the tragic events that would eventually lead to the dynasty's downfall. The crisis began in 277 AC in the town of Duskendale, where Lord Denys Darklan, desiring greater charters and freedoms similar to those enjoyed by the free cities, withheld taxes from the crown. He hoped to negotiate better terms directly with the king, leveraging his control over the prosperous port town near King's Landing. When King Aerys II refused to grant these concessions, Lord Darklan took a drastic and unprecedented step. He invited the king to Duskendale to negotiate, but instead took him hostage. The capture of a reigning monarch was shocking and posed an immediate crisis, Ares, already showing signs of erratic behavior and cruelty, was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Dun Fort, the seat of House Darklin. The king's confinement would last for 6 months, a period during which the realm was left in a precarious state. The king's hand, Lord Tywin Lannister, laid siege to Duskendale, but he hesitated to assault the town for fear of endangering the king's life. Inside the dungeons, Ares suffered greatly, both physically and mentally. The humiliation and helplessness he experienced during his captivity deeply affected him, exacerbating his paranoia and distrust of those around him, including his own son and heir, Prince Rhaegar, whom he suspected of orchestrating the defiance to replace him on the throne. The standoff reached a critical point where decisive action became necessary. That action came in the form of a daring rescue mission executed by Sir Barristan Selmy, a knight of the King's Guard renowned for his valor and skill. Recognizing that a direct assault on Duskendale could result in the king's death, and with negotiations leading nowhere, Selmy formulated a bold plan to infiltrate the town and rescue the king single-handedly. Disguised as a hooded beggar, Sir Barristan entered Duskendale under cover of darkness. Using his remarkable combat skills and knowledge of the layout of the Dun Fort gleaned from captives and reconnaissance, Selmy was able to sneak into the dungeon where Ares was held. He killed the guards before they could react and freed the king. With Ares in tow, Barristan fought his way out of the fortress, cutting down any who stood in their path. Despite facing overwhelming odds, Selmy's prowess and determination ensured that both he and the king escaped the town unharmed. The rescue dramatically solidified Sir Barristan's reputation as one of the finest knights of Westeros and earned him everlasting fame. However, for King Ares, the ordeal had a lasting impact that was far from positive. Following his release, Ares refused to return to Duskendale to thank the town for its loyalty during the siege, instead exacting a brutal revenge. Lord Darklin and his entire family were executed, along with anyone remotely connected to the plot. Notably, Lady Serala of Maya, Lord Darklin's wife, was burned alive, accused of being a witch who had bewitched her husband into committing such treachery. King Ares's behavior grew increasingly unpredictable and cruel after Duskendale. He seldom left the Red Keep, grew suspicious of his longtime advisors and friends, and began a series of purges within his court and among the nobility that further destabilized his reign. His distrust even extended to his son Rhaegar, whose popularity with the people and nobles alike made Ares see him as a threat rather than a successor. The defiance of Duskendale, therefore, was more than just a dramatic episode of capture and rescue. It was a catalyst that accelerated the decline of Ares' II and set the stage for the events leading up to Robert's rebellion. The incident not only highlighted the fragility and isolation of the Targaryen monarchy, but also underscored the profound personal and political consequences of captivity and betrayal, which would haunt Ares until his death and culminate in the end of his dynasty. Story 27. Seasmoke, one of the lesser-known yet intriguing dragons in the history of Westeros, holds a unique place in the annals of the Targaryen dragons. Known for its silvery grey scales and impressive agility in the air, Seasmoke was bonded to Lenor Velaryon, a figure notable for his noble heritage and his role in the events leading up to the Targaryen civil war, known as the Dance of the Dragons. Lenor Velaryon was the son of Lord Corlys Velaryon, the famed sea snake who was the most renowned nautical adventurer in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, and Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, who was known as the Queen Who Never Was, due to her bypass in the line of succession in favour of her cousin Viserys I. Lenor himself was a dragon rider from a young age, having claimed Seasmoke when he was no more than a boy. This pairing was celebrated in the Velaryon household, as the Velaryons were traditionally close to the Targaryens, both through blood and political alliance, and their affinity for dragons was well regarded. Lenor's connection with Seasmoke became widely recognized during the tourney at Storm's End, where he displayed remarkable prowess and control over his dragon, further establishing his reputation as a skilled dragon rider. Seasmoke's presence, with its striking appearance and graceful maneuvers, complemented Lenor's own skills as a rider, and together they were a formidable pair. Lenor's marriage to Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the designated heir to King Viserys I, was a significant event, tying him more closely to the Targaryen succession disputes. This union was primarily political, designed to strengthen Rhaenyra's claim to the throne by linking her with another powerful Valyrian bloodline. Though their marriage was reportedly cordial, it was widely rumored to be loveless, with both Lenor and Rhaenyra having romantic interests elsewhere. Despite this, they had 3 sons, whose legitimacy would later be a point of contention during the Dance of the Dragons. The most critical period for Lenor and Seasmoke came with the onset of the Dance of the Dragons. After the death of King Viserys I, the kingdom was thrown into chaos over the succession issue, with Viserys' second wife, Queen Alicent Hightower, proclaiming her son Aegon II as king, contrary to Viserys' wishes that Rhaenyra succeed him. This dispute split the kingdom into 2 factions, the Blacks supporting Rhaenyra and the Greens supporting Aegon II. Tragically, Lenor did not live to fight in the war he had helped prepare for. He was murdered under mysterious circumstances at a fair in Spicetown, an event that some whispered was orchestrated by his own lover, Ser Corl Corrie, though others suggested political motives tied to the impending conflict. Seasmoke, however, played a significant role in the war that followed, under a new rider, Lenor's friend Sir Adam Velaryon, who was one of the few dragon riders who remained loyal to Rhaenyra's cause. Seasmoke's most notable engagement during the Dance of the Dragons was at the Second Battle of Tumbleton, where it faced off against several dragons ridden by turncloaked dragonseeds who had sided with the Greens. In a devastating confrontation, Seasmoke battled fiercely, demonstrating not only the power and ferocity of dragons but also the deep bond between dragon and rider, that could drive the creatures to acts of incredible bravery and violence. The fate of Seasmoke was as tragic as that of its first rider. The dragon was killed during the chaotic melee at Tumbleton, a fiery and tumultuous engagement that saw the deaths of several dragons and their riders. The loss of Seasmoke was a significant blow to the Blacks, symbolizing the great cost of the Civil War and the end of the line for one of the noble dragons of Westeros. The legend of Seasmoke and Laenor Varian is a poignant chapter in the larger saga of the Targaryen Civil War, reflecting both the majestic and the perilous aspects of dragon riding. It encapsulates the themes of loyalty, betrayal, and tragedy that permeate the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Moreover, it underscores the volatile nature of the power that dragons represented and the profound impact their riders had on the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Through their stories, the legacy of the dragons and their riders continues to fascinate and inspire, serving as a reminder of a bygone era of fire and blood. Story 28. The Great Council of 101 AC was a significant event in the history of Westeros, convened to resolve the pressing issue of succession following the death of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, whose long and prosperous reign had brought stability to the realm. However, the council was marked by a mysterious and devastating fire at Harrenhal, where the assembly was held. This event not only influenced the immediate outcome of the council, but also cast long shadows over the subsequent political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. King Jaehaerys I had outlived both of his sons, and the question of his successor loomed large as his health declined. His grandchildren, the offspring of his eldest son, Aemon, and daughter, Rhaenys, presented competing claims. Prince Viserys, son of Aemon, was a direct male descendant, whereas Laenor and Laena Valerian, children of Rhaenys, and her husband, Lord Corlys Velaryon, represented a line that included the king's oldest child, but through the female line. The council was called not only to choose a new monarch, but to set a precedent for future successions. Harrenhal, chosen for its vast size capable of accommodating the hundreds of lords, knights, and dignitaries, was also a place shrouded in dark legends and reputed curses. The enormity of the castle, built by Harren the Black and destroyed by dragonfire during Aegon's conquest, made it a dramatic but ominous backdrop for the council. As the debates and presentations at the council proceeded, tensions ran high, with factions forming around the two primary claimants. It was during these intense discussions that disaster struck. A great fire broke out in the Kingspire Tower, one of the largest towers of Harrenhal. The blaze was fierce and swift, causing considerable damage to the tower and leading to loss of life and significant disruption of the council proceedings. The cause of the fire was never officially determined, leading to rampant speculation and rumors. Some suggested that the fire was a result of an accident, possibly caused by one of the many torches or great hearths in the poorly maintained, sprawling castle. Others whispered of sabotage, a deliberate act intended to influence the succession by one of the factions of the council. Amidst this chaos and uncertainty, the council ultimately named Viserys as the heir to the Iron Throne, a decision influenced not only by his direct male lineage, but also perhaps swayed by the desire for stability after the frightful event. Viserys' ascension was seen by many as a continuation of Jaehaerys' policies and the established order. However, the decision also set a crucial precedent that succession should favor the male line, a ruling that would have dire consequences in years to come. The implications of the fire at Harrenhal extended beyond the immediate aftermath of the council. It reinforced the dark reputation of Harrenhal as a cursed place, a notion that persisted and influenced the attitudes towards the castle in subsequent generations. Furthermore, the ruling on succession influenced the events leading to the Dance of the Dragons, as the issue of a female heir, specifically the rights of Rhaenyra Targaryen, daughter of Viserys, who was later bypassed in favor of her male half-brother, became a contentious point that eventually plunged the realm into civil war. The mysterious fire also contributed to a growing sense of instability and unpredictability in Targaryen politics. The destruction it caused was a grim reminder of the inherent dangers of political gatherings in such a volatile and superstitious era, where the spectre of treachery was often presumed behind every misfortune. In exploring the fire at Harrenhal during the Great Council of 101 AC, one sees not only the immediate drama of a political crisis, but also the longer-term consequences of decisions made and precedents set during times of turmoil. The event highlights the complex interplay of ambition, fear, and power that characterized Targaryen rule, and set the stage for many of the pivotal moments in Westerosi history that followed. The legacy of that fire, mysterious in origin and devastating in effect, lingered in the political and cultural consciousness of Westeros, a somber echo of the dangers that lurk when the fate of a kingdom hangs in balance. Story 29. The Kingsguard, also known as the White Cloaks, was founded in 10 AC by Aegon the Conqueror, the first Targaryen king of Westeros. This elite group of 7 knights, sworn to protect the king and his family, quickly became one of the most revered and romanticized orders in the 7 kingdoms. Their white cloaks, symbolizing purity and loyalty, and their vows to take no wives, hold no lands, and father no children, set them apart as the epitome of knighthood and self-sacrifice. The Kingsguard was not only a protective force, but also a political tool, demonstrating the power and magnificence of the Targaryen dynasty. The members were chosen from among the bravest and most skilled knights throughout the realm, and serving in the Kingsguard was considered one of the highest honors that could be bestowed upon a knight. Their deeds and loyalty became the stuff of legend, celebrated in songs and stories that resonated throughout the halls of Westeros. One of the most significant roles of the Kingsguard was during the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryen civil war that pitted Rhaenyra Targaryen against her half-brother Aegon II. During this conflict, the loyalties of the Kingsguard were tested as never before, The order was split, with some members siding with Rhaenyra and others with Aegon I, reflecting the deep divisions that the war had caused across the kingdom. This period highlighted the complexities and challenges of the Kingsguard's oath, as each member had to interpret whom to serve in a situation where the legitimate ruler was in dispute. One legendary member of the Kingsguard was Sir Arthur Dane, known as the Sword of the Morning, who served under King Aerys II, the last Targaryen king. Dane was renowned not only for his unparalleled skill with a sword, but also for his chivalry and honor. He wielded Dawn, a sword forged from the heart of a fallen star, and his deeds were said to be the noblest the Order had ever seen. Dane's loyalty to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen during Robert's rebellion, however, led to his death at the Tower of Joy in a legendary battle against Eddard Stark and his companions, which was emblematic of the tragic end of the Targaryen dynasty. Another prominent figure was Sir Barristan Selmy, known as Barristan the Bold, one of the most celebrated knights in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Selmy's deeds included rescuing King Aerys II from captivity during the Defiance of Duskendale, where he single-handedly infiltrated the town and the castle to free the king from his captors. Selmy served multiple Targaryen kings and was known for his strong sense of honor and justice, traits that often put him at odds with the less savory aspects of King Aerys' rule. His dismissal from the Kingsguard by King Joffrey Baratheon, a decision based purely on his age, was seen as a dishonorable and disgraceful act that highlighted the decline in respect for the traditions and purposes of the Order under the Baratheon and Lannister reigns. The Oath of the Kingsguard also plays a pivotal role in the narrative surrounding Jaime Lannister, known as the Kingslayer. Jaime was inducted into the Kingsguard at a young age by King Aerys, partly as a political move to weaken House Lannister by removing Jaime from the line of inheritance. His slaying of Aerys during the sack of King's Landing to prevent the king from burning the city with wildfire was a controversial act that saved thousands of lives, but also branded him as an oathbreaker and a man without honor in the eyes of the realm. The Kingsguard's significance extends beyond their martial prowess and into the moral and ethical dimensions of knighthood. Their stories explore themes of loyalty, honor, and the often painful conflict between personal morals and the duties imposed by their vows. The white cloak of the Kingsguard was meant to symbolize purity and unswerving commitment, but as the complexities of Targaryen politics unfolded, it became evident that the reality was far more nuanced. The evolution of the Kingsguard reflects the broader changes in Westeros as it transitioned from the rule of the Targaryens to that of the Baratheons and beyond. Their legendary tales continue to inspire and instruct, serving as poignant reminders of the ideals of knighthood and the heavy burdens that come with the crown and those sworn to protect it. Through their history, the Kingsguard not only protected kings but also shaped the history of the realm, their lives and actions woven into the very fabric of Westerosi legend. Story 30. The attempts by various Targaryen rulers to bring Dawn into the Seven Kingdoms spanned over a century and a half, marked by repeated conflicts, failed invasions, and ultimately a peaceful and diplomatic annexation. This protracted saga was characterized by the distinct cultural and political resistance of Dawn, which proved to be a formidable challenge to Targaryen ambitions, illustrating the complexities of conquest and the limits of sheer military power. The initial attempt to conquer Dawn began with Aegon the Conqueror, after he had successfully subdued the other 6 kingdoms. In 4 AC, Aegon launched his first campaign against Dawn, expecting a swift victory similar to his previous conquests. However, the Dornish employed guerrilla tactics, avoiding open battle with Aegon's dragons and melting away into the safety of their mountainous terrain and deep sands whenever threatened. The most notable symbol of Dornish defiance during this period was the famous letter from Princess Miriam Martell, the ruling princess of Dorne, who told Aegon that "You may burn us, my lord, but you will not bend us, break us, or make us bow. This is Dorne. You are not wanted here." Aegon's initial campaign culminated in a stalemate, with Dorne remaining unconquered. Following Aegon's unsuccessful attempt, his son Aenys faced renewed hostilities from Dorne, but his short and troubled reign saw no significant progress in the conquest. It was during the reign of his half-brother, Maegor that another attempt was made. Maegor sought to subdue Dorne with brutality, constructing the massive fortress of Dragonstone and issuing harsh reprisals against the Dornish. However, his reign ended without achieving its goal, leaving the issue to his successors. The most intensive military campaign against Dorne occurred under King Daeron I, known as the Young Dragon. In 157 AC, Daeron invaded Dorne with a large army, claiming to have brought the region to heel within a few months and boasting of his conquest in his book, The Conquest of Dorne. However, his success was short-lived. The Dornish, never fully subdued, rebelled, using the assassination of key Targaryen lords and surprise attacks to drive the invaders out. Daeron himself died in a Dornish ambush, and the subsequent retreat was a humiliating defeat for the Targaryens, with heavy losses. Daeron's conquest proved devastatingly ephemeral and highlighted the costly nature of attempting to control a region whose people were fiercely independent and adept at unconventional warfare. After Daeron's death, his successor Baelor known as Baelor the Blessed, took a dramatically different approach. Rejecting the previous strategies of war and conquest, Baelor sought peace. He made a pilgrimage to Dorne barefoot to demonstrate his sincerity, and negotiated the release of the hostages taken by the Dornish during Daeron's conquest, including his cousin, the future King Daeron II. Baelor's efforts laid the groundwork for a lasting peace, though it would not be fully realized until the reign of Daeron II. King Daeron II, leveraging the goodwill generated by his predecessors and his own diplomatic efforts, pursued a strategy of marriage alliances rather than military subjugation. His marriage to Miriam Martell, a Dornish princess, symbolized the new approach to Dornish integration. This alliance culminated in the peaceful accession of Dorne into the Seven Kingdoms through the Pact of Sunspear in 187 AC, during which Prince Marin Martell married Daeron's sister, Daenerys Targaryen. This union was sealed not by dragonfire and bloodshed, but through bonds of marriage and mutual respect. The successful annexation of Dorne represented a significant achievement for the Targaryen dynasty and a vindication of diplomatic engagement over military conquest. The incorporation of Dorne added a rich and proud region to the realm, albeit one that maintained much of its local customs and laws, a testament to the unique terms of its integration. The saga of Dorne's conquest underscores the diverse challenges faced by the Targaryen rulers in their quest to unify Westeros under their banner. It serves as a potent reminder of the complexities involved in ruling diverse peoples and the importance of understanding and respecting local traditions and values in governance. The final, peaceful integration of Dorne into the Seven Kingdoms marked not only the end of the Targaryen conquests, but also the beginning of a more harmonious, though still complex, relationship between the Iron Throne and one of its most distinctive and fiercely independent regions. Story 31. The hatching of dragon eggs has long been enveloped in mystique and awe within the annals of Targaryen history. Dragons, often referred to as the most fearsome creatures ever known to the world of Westeros, were not just weapons of war for the Targaryens, they were symbols of their heritage and power, deeply entwined with the family's identity. The birth of dragons, therefore, was surrounded by a plethora of legends, rituals, and considerable anticipation, each egg holding the promise of continuing the Targaryen legacy of dragon lords from old Valyria. The dragons originally came from the mysterious and magical lands of Valyria, bringing the Targaryens immense power and prestige. Each dragon egg is uniquely colored and patterned, resembling large stones. These eggs are said to be as hard as rock and warm to the touch, indicating the life within. According to legend, the dragon eggs are able to withstand the harshest conditions and can only hatch under specific, often mysterious circumstances. Upon the Targaryens' arrival in Westeros, and even after the doom of Valyria that destroyed their ancestral home, the tradition of presenting dragon eggs to Targaryen infants at birth continued. It was believed that placing a dragon egg in the cradle of a Targaryen baby would foster a bond between the dragon and its human sibling as they grew. Many Targaryens from a young age slept with their eggs, a ritual thought to encourage the hatching process. Moreover, there were also more arcane practices believed to encourage the hatching of dragon eggs. Some Targaryens resorted to sorcery and fire magic, rituals inherited from old Valyria, where it was common to use spells and incantations to awaken dragons from stone. These rituals often involved heat and blood, as fire and blood were considered the life force of dragonkind. One of the most legendary hatching events involved Aegon V the Unlikely. His attempts to bring forth dragons from ancient eggs culminated in the tragedy at Summerhall, a castle that was consumed by fire during a ceremony that went horribly awry. The details of what exactly transpired remain shrouded in mystery, as the accounts of the event are fragmented and obscured by fire-damaged records. The tragedy of Summerhall stands as a stark reminder of the dangers associated with meddling with ancient and powerful magics. In stark contrast to this disaster, one of the most miraculous hatching events occurred decades later with Daenerys Targaryen. Following the death of her husband Khal Drogo, Daenerys placed her 3 petrified dragon eggs on the funeral pyre. Driven by instinct, or perhaps ancient knowledge passed down through her bloodline, she stepped into the fire herself. Miraculously, she emerged unscathed with 3 newly hatched dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. This event marked the return of dragons to the world after decades of extinction and dramatically reshaped Daenerys' destiny and that of the entire realm. The hatching of dragon eggs, therefore, has been both a cause for celebration and a portent of doom throughout Targaryen history. Each successful hatching event was seen as a sign of the gods' favour and the rightful rule of the Targaryens over Westeros. Conversely, the inability to hatch dragon eggs was often viewed as an ill omen or a sign of weakening power. The lore surrounding dragon hatching is rich with symbolic meaning, representing themes of birth, renewal, and transformation. These themes resonate not only with the Targaryens' dynastic ambitions, but also with their eventual downfall and the hope of resurrection. The dragons themselves, born of fire and magic, are emblematic of the volatile and dual nature of power, both its creative and destructive forces. In sum, the legends and rituals surrounding the hatching of dragon eggs reflect the profound connection between the family and their dragons. This connection underscores the mystical, almost otherworldly aspect of the Targaryen dynasty, weaving together their fate with that of the dragons they so revered and depended upon. The cyclical nature of these hatching events, from Aegon I's conquest with Balerion to Daenerys' rebirth of dragons in the fire, epitomizes the perennial rise, fall, and rebirth of House Targaryen. Story 32. The Siege of Storm's End remains a pivotal chapter in the saga of Robert's Rebellion, highlighting the resilience and strategic endurance of Stannis Baratheon under dire circumstances. This siege encapsulates the broader struggle of Robert's Rebellion, reflecting both the desperation and determination that characterized the revolt against the Targaryen dynasty. When Robert Baratheon initiated his rebellion following the execution of Rickard and Brandon Stark by King Aerys II Targaryen, he faced immediate military challenges. One of the first moves by the Crown to suppress the uprising was the Siege of Storm's End, the ancestral seat of House Baratheon. Entrusted with its defense was Robert's younger brother, Stannis Baratheon, who would face one of the rebellion's longest and most grueling tests. As Robert fought across the realm, gathering support against the Targaryens, Storm's End was besieged by the forces of Lord Mace Tyrell, who remained loyal to the Targaryens. The Tyrell army, supported by the formidable Redwyne fleet, encircled Storm's End, cutting off all supplies and hoping for a quick surrender. However, Stannis prepared his garrison for a protracted siege, demonstrating early on his tactical grit and determination to hold the fortress at all costs. Inside Storm's End, conditions rapidly deteriorated. The siege, which lasted nearly a year, forced the defenders into extreme hardship. Food supplies dwindled to the point where the garrison resorted to eating whatever was available: horses, dogs, and even rats. Despite the severe deprivation, Stannis' steadfast leadership maintained morale among his men, and his unyielding refusal to surrender became a legend in itself, symbolizing the broader resistance against Targaryen rule. The Targaryen perspective on the siege reflects a mixture of frustration and strategic miscalculation. The prolonged resistance at Storm's End tied down significant loyalist resources that could have been deployed elsewhere, illustrating a potential underestimation of the Baratheons' resolve. For the Targaryens, the inability to secure a swift victory at Storm's End symbolized the waning influence of the crown, especially as King Aerys's erratic behavior continued to alienate key supporters. The siege finally concluded following the pivotal Battle of the Trident, where Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was slain, signaling a decisive turn in the rebellion. Eddard Stark, leading a force to relieve Storm's End, arrived to find a garrison on the brink of starvation but still holding strong. The Tyrell forces, recognizing the shifting tides of power and the inevitability of the Targaryen defeat, abandoned the siege and opened negotiations. This not only freed Stannis and his garrison, but also allowed the Baratheon forces to join the final moves against King's Landing. The lifting of the siege marked a significant moment in the rebellion, underscoring the end of Targaryen dominance and the emergence of new leadership in Westeros. The fall of Storm's End to Robert's allies paved the way for his eventual ascension to the Iron Throne, dramatically reshaping the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis' role in enduring the siege elevated his status as a military commander and later influenced his claim to the throne following Robert's death. In reflection, the Siege of Storm's End is not merely a story of military endurance, but also a tale of political symbolism and the human spirit's capacity to withstand adversity. It exemplifies the complexities of loyalty, duty, and survival during one of Westeros's most turbulent periods, leaving a legacy that would deeply influence the characters involved and the history of the realm for generations to come. Story 33. Syrax, the dragon ridden by Rhaenyra Targaryen, was a majestic and powerful beast whose life and battles were deeply entwined with the tumultuous period known as the Dance of the Dragons. This civil war within the Targaryen dynasty pitted Rhaenyra, the daughter of King Viserys I, against her half-brother Aegon II, in a brutal struggle for the Iron Throne. Syrax played a significant role in this conflict, symbolizing both Rhaenyra's claim to power and the destructive potential of dragonfire. Syrax was named after a Valyrian goddess, reflecting the deep cultural and religious heritage of the Targaryens. Rhaenyra claimed Syrax as her mount when she was only 7 years old, marking the beginning of a lifelong bond between the princess and her dragon. Syrax was a golden dragon, known for her fierce demeanor and impressive size, although she was not as large as some of the older dragons like Vagar or Caraxes. Nonetheless, she was a formidable force and a symbol of Rhaenyra's strength and legitimacy. Rhaenyra's connection with Syrax was emblematic of her status and her future role in the Targaryen succession. As Rhaenyra grew, so did Syrax, and their bond became a cornerstone of Rhaenyra's identity as a dragon rider and heir to the throne. The presence of Syrax in King's Landing was a constant reminder of the power and prestige of the Targaryen bloodline and the Dragon Lords of Valyria. The Dance of the Dragons erupted following the death of King Viserys I, when the realm was torn between supporting Rhaenyra, his named heir, and Aegon II, who was crowned by a faction of lords and knights. Syrax's involvement in the conflict began in earnest when Rhaenyra, stationed at Dragonstone, rallied her supporters to claim her rightful place on the Iron Throne. One of Syrax's first significant actions during the war was her role in the Battle of the Gullet. In this naval engagement, the forces loyal to Rhaenyra attempted to break a blockade set by the Greens, supporters of Aegon II. Syrax, along with other dragons, played a critical role in attacking the enemy fleet, using her fiery breath to set ships ablaze and scatter the opposing forces. The battle showcased the devastating impact of dragons in warfare, but it also underscored the vulnerability of even these mighty creatures when facing coordinated resistance. As the war progressed, Syrax became more deeply involved in the defense and assertion of Rhaenyra's claim. When Rhaenyra finally took King's Landing and was crowned queen, Syrax was a visible symbol of her rule, often seen flying over the city. The presence of a dragon over the capital was meant to intimidate any potential dissenters and solidify her authority. However, the reality of ruling a divided and war-torn kingdom quickly became apparent. The most dramatic and tragic episode in Syrax's life occurred during the storming of the Dragon Pit. As the war dragged on, and the common folk of King's Landing grew increasingly desperate and rebellious, a mob incited by anti-dragon sentiment stormed the Dragon Pit, where many of the Targaryen dragons were housed. Syrax was chained in the Dragon Pit at the time, as Rhaenyra had ordered her confinement to prevent her from being used by enemies or causing unintended destruction. The mob, driven by fear and anger, overwhelmed the Dragon Pit's defenses. Syrax, though powerful, was at a disadvantage due to her chains and the confined space. In a desperate and chaotic battle, she fought fiercely against the attackers, killing many with her claws and fiery breath. However, the sheer number of assailants and their determined assault ultimately led to her downfall. Syrax was killed by the mob, her death a symbol of the collapse of Targaryen control over the capital and the volatility of the power that dragons represented. Syrax's death had a profound impact on Rhaenyra. The loss of her dragon was not only a personal tragedy, but also a significant blow to her military and symbolic strength. The fall of the dragon pit marked a turning point in the Dance of the Dragons, illustrating the precariousness of dragon power and the ferocity of the civil war. In the broader context of Targaryen history, Syrax's life and death reflect the dual nature of dragons, as both weapons of immense power and sources of great vulnerability. The bond between Rhaenyra and Syrax was a testament to the Targaryen legacy of dragon riding, a legacy fraught with both glory and peril. Syrax's story, intertwined with the fate of Rhaenyra and the tragic conflict of the Dance of the Dragons, remains a poignant chapter in the epic saga of the Targaryens, highlighting the enduring allure and danger of dragons in the world of Westeros. Story 34. The Targaryen civil wars, particularly the infamous Dance of the Dragons, represent some of the most tumultuous and defining periods in the history of Westeros. These conflicts were driven by deep-seated issues of succession, power, and legitimacy within the Targaryen dynasty, leading to devastating wars that reshaped the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. The first significant Targaryen civil war, the Dance of the Dragons, erupted in 129 AC, following the death of King Viserys I Targaryen. The root cause of this war lay in the disputed succession between Viserys's designated heir, his daughter Rhaenyra Targaryen, and his son Aegon II, born of his second marriage to Alicent Hightower. Viserys had named Rhaenyra as his heir, and many lords of the realm had sworn to honor this decision. However, upon Viserys's death, a faction led by Queen Alicent and Ser Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, crowned Aegon II, sparking a brutal conflict between the two claimants. Rhaenyra, based on Dragonstone, was a strong and determined leader with significant support, including her husband, Prince Daemon Targaryen, and key houses such as the Velaryons and the Starks. Aegon II, on the other hand, was supported by powerful houses like the Hightowers and the Lannisters. The war was characterized by several key battles and events, with dragons playing a crucial role on both sides. One of the early and significant battles was the Battle of the Gullet, where Rhaenyra's forces attempted to break a blockade by the Greens, Aegon II's supporters. The engagement demonstrated the devastating power of dragons, but also their vulnerability in battle. Rhaenyra's son, Jaehaerys Velaryon, and his dragon Vermax played a crucial role in the battle, but Jaehaerys ultimately lost his life, highlighting the high stakes and personal costs of the war. The conflict escalated with the storming of the Dragon Pit in King's Landing. As tensions within the city rose and supplies dwindled, a mob, incited by anti-dragon sentiment and desperate conditions, stormed the Dragon Pit, killing several dragons including Rhaenyra's Syrax. This event marked a significant turning point, weakening Rhaenyra's position and demonstrating the volatility of relying on dragons as instruments of war. Another pivotal moment was the Second Battle of Tumbleton, where both sides suffered heavy casualties and more dragons perished. The battle highlighted the chaotic and destructive nature of dragon warfare, with entire landscapes being scorched and communities devastated. The war's brutality extended to acts of treachery and betrayal, as seen in the murder of Prince Daemon Targaryen and Prince Aemon Targaryen during the battle above the God's Eye, where both men, riding their dragons Caraxes and Vhagar, respectively, perished in a deadly confrontation. The civil war concluded with the defeat and death of Aegon II, who was poisoned by his own counsellors, disillusioned by the endless bloodshed and his tyrannical rule. Rhaenyra had previously been captured and executed in a gruesome manner by Aegon II, but her son Aegon II, known as Aegon the Younger, was ultimately crowned king, bringing a tentative end to the conflict. The dance of the dragons resulted in immense loss of life, the near extinction of dragons, and widespread devastation across the realm. The Targaryen dynasty emerged significantly weakened, with internal divisions and lingering animosities. The second major civil conflict within the Targaryen lineage was the Blackfyre Rebellion. This war stemmed from the legitimization of all of King Aegon IV's bastards on his deathbed, most notably Daemon Blackfyre, who was given the ancestral Targaryen sword Blackfyre, symbolizing his royal blood. Daemon, a charismatic and capable leader, attracted significant support and declared himself the rightful king, challenging the legitimacy of his half-brother, King Daeron II. The Blackfyre Rebellion saw a series of battles, with the most notable being the Battle of Redgrass Field. This battle was decisive, resulting in the defeat of Daemon Blackfyre and his sons, who were killed in combat. Despite their defeat, the Blackfyre lineage continued to claim the throne, leading to several smaller uprisings known as the Blackfyre Pretenders, which troubled the Targaryen reign for decades. The outcomes of these civil wars were profound and far-reaching. The Dance of the Dragons not only decimated the dragon population but also exposed the vulnerabilities and internal strife within the Targaryen dynasty, leading to a diminished royal authority and increased autonomy among the great houses of Westeros. The Blackfyre rebellions, while less destructive in terms of dragon casualties, further destabilized the realm and highlighted the persistent issues of legitimacy and succession within the Targaryen line. In summary, the Targaryen civil wars, marked by the Dance of the Dragons and the Blackfyre rebellions, were driven by deep-rooted disputes over succession and legitimacy. These conflicts involved key figures such as Rhaenyra Targaryen, Aegon II, Daemon Blackfyre and Daeron II, and resulted in significant political, social and economic upheaval. The legacies of these wars are reflected in the continued struggles for power and stability in the Seven Kingdoms, underscoring the complexities and dangers of dynastic rule in Westeros. Story 35. The Blackfire Rebellions were a series of civil wars that shook the Targaryen dynasty and the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros over several decades. These rebellions were initiated by the legitimized bastard sons of King Aegon IV Targaryen, particularly Daemon Blackfire, who sought to claim the Iron Throne for themselves. The conflicts were rooted in questions of legitimacy, loyalty, and the complex nature of Targaryen succession. The origins of the Blackfire Rebellions can be traced back to the reign of King Aegon IV, known as Aegon the Unworthy. Aegon IV's reign was marked by corruption, excess, and scandal, but his most controversial act came on his deathbed in 184 AC when he legitimized all his bastard children. Among these were Daemon Waters, who was granted the Targaryen ancestral sword Blackfire and took the name Daemon Blackfire. This act of legitimization sowed the seeds of future conflict, as it blurred the lines of succession and gave rise to rival claims to the throne. Daemon Blackfire was a charismatic and capable leader, known for his martial prowess and chivalric ideals. He was widely respected and admired, and many lords and knights were drawn to his cause. In 196 AC, Daemon declared himself the rightful king of Westeros, challenging the rule of his half-brother, King Daeron II Targaryen. This declaration marked the beginning of the First Blackfire Rebellion. The First Blackfire Rebellion was characterized by a series of fierce battles and shifting allegiances. Daemon's supporters, known as Blackfires, included some of the most powerful and influential houses in the realm, such as House Bracken and House Hightower. The Loyalists, or Reds, who supported King Daeron II, included Houses Tully, Arryn and Stark. The most significant and decisive battle of this rebellion was the Battle of Redgrass Field in 196 AC. The Battle of Redgrass Field was a brutal and bloody confrontation that saw the forces of Daemon Blackfire clashing with the Loyalist army, led by Prince Baelor Breakspear Targaryen, Daeron's eldest son. The battle was a turning point in the rebellion, resulting in the death of Daemon Blackfire and his twin sons, Aegon and Aemon. Daemon's death dealt a crippling blow to the Blackfire cause, and the rebellion was effectively quashed. However, the seeds of dissent had been sown, and the Blackfire lineage continued to claim the throne, leading to subsequent uprisings. The Second Blackfire Rebellion occurred in 212 AC, led by Daemon's remaining sons. This rebellion was less widespread and ultimately unsuccessful, failing to garner the same level of support as the first. It was quickly suppressed by King Aerys I and his hand, Brynden Rivers, also known as Bloodraven, a legitimized bastard of Aegon IV and a formidable sorcerer and spymaster. Bloodraven played a crucial role in quelling the Blackfire uprisings, utilizing his network of spies and his knowledge of dark magic to maintain the Targaryen grip on the throne. The Third Blackfire Rebellion took place in 219 AC and was marked by internal strife among the Blackfires themselves. The rebellion ended in defeat at the Battle of Wendwater Bridge, where many Blackfire supporters were killed or captured. The rebellion's leader, Hagon Blackfire, was executed, further weakening the Blackfire cause. The Fourth Blackfire Rebellion, also known as the War of the Ninepenny Kings, occurred in 258 AC. This rebellion was part of a larger conflict involving several mercenary leaders, including Maelys Blackfire, the last known male member of the Blackfire line. Maelys, known as Maelys the Monstrous due to his grotesque appearance and immense size, allied with other ambitious leaders to form the Band of Nine, aiming to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. The rebellion was ultimately defeated by a coalition of loyalist forces led by House Baratheon, with notable contributions from Sir Barristan Selmy, who slew Maelys in single combat. The death of Maelys effectively ended the Blackfire threat to the Targaryen dynasty. The Blackfire rebellions had profound and lasting effects on the Seven Kingdoms. They highlighted the fragility of Targaryen rule and the dangers of disputed succession. The repeated uprisings weakened the Targaryen hold on power, leading to increased autonomy among the great houses and a growing sense of instability in the realm. The rebellions also underscored the importance of legitimacy and loyalty in maintaining a stable monarchy. Moreover, the Blackfire rebellions left a lasting legacy in the collective memory of Westeros. The tales of chivalry, betrayal, and tragic heroism associated with the Blackfires became part of the rich tapestry of Westerosi lore. Characters like Daemon Blackfire, with his noble bearing and tragic fate, continued to capture the imagination of bards and storytellers, symbolizing the complex interplay of honor and ambition that defines the history of the Seven Kingdoms. In summary, the Blackfire rebellions were a series of civil wars driven by questions of legitimacy and power within the Targaryen dynasty. These conflicts, spanning several decades, involved key figures such as Daemon Blackfire, Brynden Rivers, and Maelys the Monstrous. The rebellions had significant political and social ramifications, weakening Targaryen authority and shaping the future of Westeros. The legacy of the Blackfires, with their tales of ambition and tragedy, continues to resonate in the annals of Westerosi history. Story 36. The court of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen, during her contested claim to the Iron Throne, was a vibrant and tumultuous center of political intrigue, ambition, and shifting alliances. Her reign was marked by the civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, which pitted her against her half-brother Aegon I in a brutal struggle for the throne following the death of their father, King Viserys I Targaryen. Rhaenyra was the eldest child of King Viserys I by his first wife, Queen Aemma Arryn. Viserys had named her as his heir, and many lords of Westeros had sworn to uphold her claim. However, the birth of Aegon I to Viserys' second wife, Alicent Hightower, complicated the succession. Upon Viserys' death, the realm was divided between those who supported Rhaenyra, known as the Blacks, and those who supported Aegon II, known as the Greens. Rhaenyra's court at Dragonstone, where she resided, was a focal point for her supporters and a hub of strategic planning and diplomacy. The political dynamics of her court were complex, shaped by her alliances with powerful noble houses, the influence of key advisors, and the overarching goal of securing her claim to the throne. One of the most influential figures in Rhaenyra's court was her husband, Prince Daemon Targaryen, a renowned warrior and dragon rider. Daemon's experience in battle and his daring nature made him a critical asset to Rhaenyra's cause. He had previously claimed victory in the war for the Stepstones and had a reputation for ruthlessness and ambition. As Rhaenyra's consort, Daemon played a vital role in leading her forces and shaping military strategy, often advocating for aggressive tactics to undermine Aegon I supporters. Rhaenyra also relied heavily on her children, who played significant roles in her court and military campaigns. Her eldest son, Jaehaerys Velaryon, was a key commander in her forces and a skilled dragon rider. Jaehaerys' bond with his dragon Vermax symbolized the strength and continuity of Rhaenyra's line. His brothers Lucerys and Joffrey were also important figures, both in the court and on the battlefield, although their youth made their participation fraught with peril. The Velaryons, Rhaenyra's maternal family, were among her staunchest supporters. Lord Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, was the head of House Velaryon and one of the most powerful lords in Westeros. His vast fleet and control of the seas provided Rhaenyra with crucial naval support, which was essential for maintaining supply lines and conducting amphibious operations against her enemies. Corlys's wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen who never was, also played a significant role in the court, lending her experience and political acumen to Rhaenyra's cause. Another key advisor in Rhaenyra's court was Maester Gerardis, who provided medical expertise, counsel on logistics, and advice on various matters of state. His presence was indicative of the importance Rhaenyra placed on having knowledgeable and loyal advisors to support her rule. Additionally, Lord Beesbury, the aged but fiercely loyal Master of Coin, managed Rhaenyra's finances, ensuring that her war effort was well funded despite the immense costs. The political dynamics of Rhaenyra's court were not without tension and rivalry. The ambitious nature of her supporters often led to friction and power struggles. Notably, the relationship between Prince Daemon and Lord Corlys was occasionally strained, as both men had strong personalities and differing views on strategy and governance. However, their shared commitment to Rhaenyra's cause generally kept their disputes from undermining her position. Rhaenyra's court was also marked by the inclusion of various dragon riders, each bringing their own influence and power to the table. These dragon riders were essential not only for their military capabilities but also for the symbolic power they represented. Dragons were the ultimate expression of Targaryen dominance, and their presence bolstered Rhaenyra's legitimacy and deterred many potential defections or rebellions. The social dynamics within Rhaenyra's court were complex and reflective of the broader societal structure of Westeros. The court included not only highborn lords and ladies but also knights, soldiers and various attendants who played crucial roles in maintaining the daily functions and morale of her supporters. The stark contrasts between the luxuries of Dragonstone and the hardships of the war highlighted the sacrifices and determination of those who supported Rhaenyra's claim. Rhaenyra herself was a central figure in her court's dynamics. Her leadership style was characterized by a combination of assertiveness and diplomatic finesse. She was deeply committed to her cause, driven by a sense of duty to uphold her father's wishes and secure her legacy. Her interactions with her supporters were often marked by a personal touch, earning her loyalty and respect, but she also faced criticism and resistance from those who doubted a woman's ability to rule. The ultimate outcome of Rhaenyra's struggle for the throne was tragic and brutal. Despite initial successes, including her coronation in King's Landing, the tide of war eventually turned against her. Betrayal, internal dissent, and the relentless campaigns of Aegon II's forces eroded her support. Rhaenyra's reign ended with her capture and execution, a grim conclusion to her valiant but ill-fated bid for the Iron Throne. The court of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen during her claim to the throne was a microcosm of the larger conflict engulfing Westeros. It was a place where political ambition, loyalty and familial bonds intersected, shaping the course of the Dance of the Dragons. The dynamics within her court reflect the broader themes of power, legitimacy, and the personal costs of civil war, leaving a lasting legacy in the annals of Targaryen history. Story 37. Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, is a place steeped in myth, legend, and immense historical significance. Located on a volcanic island in the narrow sea, it served as the Targaryens' foothold in Westeros long before their conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. The imposing castle, built using ancient Valyrian techniques, stands as a testament to the Dragon Lord's power and architectural prowess, making it a symbol of Targaryen dominance and their connection to the mystical and the arcane. The origins of Dragonstone date back to the waning days of the Valyrian Freehold, a powerful empire known for its mastery of dragons and sorcery. House Targaryen was a minor family in Valyria, but foresaw the impending doom through a prophetic dream experienced by Daenerys the Dreamer. Acting on this vision, the Targaryens relocated to Dragonstone approximately 12 years before the cataclysm that destroyed Valyria, thereby ensuring their survival and the continuation of their line. The castle of Dragonstone itself is a marvel of ancient construction, built with fused black stone that gives it an ominous and otherworldly appearance. According to legend, the stone was melded using dragonfire, a technique lost with the fall of Valyria. The castle is adorned with numerous dragon motifs, including towering dragon statues and carvings, symbolizing the Targaryens' bond with these mythical creatures. The castle's design is intended to evoke both awe and fear, serving as a powerful reminder of the Targaryens' heritage and their claim to power through their dragons. Dragonstone's strategic importance cannot be overstated. Situated at the entrance to Blackwater Bay, it serves as a gateway to the capital, King's Landing. This location allowed the Targaryens to control maritime traffic and exert influence over the surrounding regions, making it a critical asset in their eventual conquest of Westeros. Aegon the Conqueror used Dragonstone as his base of operations when he launched his campaign to unify the Seven Kingdoms. The fortress's strategic position enabled Aegon to swiftly strike at key targets, using his dragons to devastating effect. The island itself, with its volcanic activity and dragon-friendly environment, served as an ideal breeding ground for dragons. The presence of hot springs and volcanic caves provided the warmth necessary for incubating dragon eggs, contributing to the Targaryens' ability to maintain and breed dragons over the centuries. This unique environment reinforced Dragonstone's role as the cradle of Targaryen power and a sacred site for the family. Beyond its physical attributes, Dragonstone is imbued with numerous myths and legends that enhance its mystique. One such legend is that the Targaryens, upon their arrival, discovered ancient dragon bones and eggs on the island, suggesting that dragons had inhabited the region long before the Valyrians arrived. This legend underscores the island's deep connection to dragons and magic, reinforcing the Targaryens' destiny as dragon lords. The myths surrounding Dragonstone also include tales of hidden chambers and secret passages within the castle, purportedly used by Targaryen kings and queens for clandestine meetings and rituals. Some stories speak of a hidden chamber where the darkest of Valyrian sorceries were practiced, including blood magic and attempts to hatch dragon eggs using fire and blood. These legends contribute to the aura of mystery and danger that surrounds Dragonstone, enhancing its reputation as a place of great power and dark secrets. Throughout Targaryen history, Dragonstone has been a focal point during key moments of political and dynastic conflict. During the Targaryen civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, Dragonstone served as a primary stronghold for Rhaenyra Targaryen, who claimed the island as her seat and base of operations. The castle's defenses and strategic location were crucial in her struggle against her half-brother Aegon, illustrating its ongoing importance in Targaryen power struggles. In more recent history, Dragonstone played a significant role during Robert's Rebellion. Following the defeat of King Aerys II Targaryen, known as the Mad King, Dragonstone became a refuge for the last Targaryen children, Viserys and Daenerys. They were smuggled away from the castle to safety across the narrow sea, ensuring the survival of the Targaryen line. The castle's role as a sanctuary during times of upheaval further cemented its symbolic importance as the heart of Targaryen resilience and continuity. Under the rule of Stannis Baratheon, who claimed Dragonstone after Robert's Rebellion, the castle once again became a center of intrigue and power. Stannis' adoption of the Lord of Light's faith and his use of the castle for his campaigns highlighted Dragonstone's enduring significance as a site of power and mysticism. The ancient castle, with its deep connections to dragon lore and magic, provided an ideal setting for Stannis' ambitious and ultimately doomed efforts to claim the Iron Throne. In the resurgence of House Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen's return to Dragonstone marked a poignant moment in her quest to reclaim her family's throne. Her arrival symbolized the resurgence of Targaryen power and the renewal of their legacy. Daenerys' use of the castle as a launching point for her campaign to conquer Westeros harkened back to Aegon the Conqueror's original invasion, reinforcing the cyclical nature of Targaryen history and ambition. In essence, Dragonstone is far more than just a castle. It is a symbol of Targaryen heritage, resilience and power. Its strategic location, architectural marvels, and deep-rooted connection to dragons and magic make it a cornerstone of Targaryen identity. The myths and legends surrounding Dragonstone enrich its mystique, making it a place where history and legend intertwine, and where the destiny of House Targaryen has been forged and reforged across centuries. Story 38. The court of Aerys I Targaryen, known as the Mad King, was a cauldron of political intrigue, paranoia, and power struggles. His reign, which began with promise but descended into madness and tyranny, saw the rise and fall of key figures whose actions shaped the fate of the Targaryen dynasty and the realm of Westeros. Aerys I ascended to the Iron Throne in 262 AC, following the death of his father, Jaehaerys II. Initially, Aerys' reign was marked by hope and potential. He was young, charismatic, and ambitious, eager to leave his mark on the Seven Kingdoms. His early years were characterized by grand projects, such as his plans to build a new wall around King's Landing and a new city to be named after himself, as well as his desire to conquer the free cities of Essos. A pivotal figure in Aerys' court was Tywin Lannister, his Hand of the King. Tywin, Lord of Casterly Rock, was a shrewd and effective administrator, whose tenure as Hand brought stability and prosperity to the realm. His stern demeanor and uncompromising nature often clashed with Aerys' increasingly erratic behavior. Despite this, Tywin's competence and loyalty kept him in power for many years, making him one of the most influential figures in the Seven Kingdoms. The relationship between Aerys and Tywin, however, deteriorated over time. Aerys became increasingly jealous of Tywin's competence and popularity. The tipping point came when Tywin's wife Joanna gave birth to twins, Jaime and Cersei, and Aerys made inappropriate remarks about Joanna at court. The final blow to their relationship was the refusal to betroth Jaime to Aerys' daughter, Rhaella, despite Tywin's hope to solidify the bond between their houses. The growing mistrust and Aerys' paranoia led to Tywin's resignation as Hand of the King, a decision that left the realm vulnerable to Aerys' whims. Queen Rhaella, Aerys' wife, played a tragic role in the court. Their marriage, once hopeful, became strained by Aerys's cruelty and madness. Rhaella endured many hardships, including multiple miscarriages and stillbirths, attributed to Aerys's increasingly abusive behavior. Her isolation and suffering were emblematic of the court's dark atmosphere under Aerys's reign. One of the most intriguing figures at Aerys's court was Varys, the spymaster known as the Spider. Varys, a eunuch from Essos, had a vast network of informants and spies, making him indispensable to Aerys. His ability to gather intelligence and his manipulation of information allowed him to navigate the dangerous waters of the Mad King's court. Varys's true loyalties and motives remained a mystery, but his influence and reach were undeniable, often playing key roles in the court's machinations. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, Aerys's son and heir, was another central figure. Rhaegar was everything Aerys was not: noble, charismatic, and well loved by the people. His marriage to Elia Martell of Dorne was a strategic alliance, but his heart belonged elsewhere. Rhaegar's actions, particularly his relationship with Lyanna Stark, would later ignite Robert's rebellion, leading to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. His presence at court was a stark contrast to his father's madness, representing a hope for a better future that was never realized. Jaime Lannister, Tywin's son, was a young knight of the King's Guard who would become infamous as the Kingslayer. Jaime's induction into the King's Guard, partly to thwart Tywin's plans for him, placed him in close proximity to Aerys. Jaime's loyalty was tested by Aerys's increasingly erratic and violent behavior, culminating in the King's order to burn King's Landing with wildfire to prevent it from falling to Robert Baratheon's forces. Jaime's decision to kill Aerys and save the city earned him eternal scorn and the moniker of Kingslayer, despite the noble intentions behind his act. The court was also marked by the presence of various lords and nobles who navigated the dangerous political landscape. Figures like Jon Connington, a loyal supporter of Rhaegar, and Barristan Selmy, the honourable and renowned knight and knight of the King's Guard, played significant roles. The court's atmosphere was one of constant tension, as alliances shifted and loyalties were tested by Aerys's unpredictable nature. Aerys's descent into madness reached its peak with the defiance of Duskendel. Lord Denai's Darkland's capture of Aerys and his subsequent rescue by Ser Barristan Selmy left a deep psychological scar on the king. The event exacerbated his paranoia and cruelty, leading to increasingly brutal and erratic behavior. Aerys's obsession with wildfire and his reliance on the pyromancers of King's Landing to stockpile the substance for his defense marked the final stages of his reign. The court of Aerys Targaryen was a microcosm of the realm's instability and the dangerous allure of absolute power. The political intrigue and key figures at his court navigated a treacherous landscape shaped by Aerys's madness and the looming threat of rebellion. The fall of the Mad King marked the end of the Targaryen dynasty and the beginning of a new era in Westeros, forever altering the course of its history. Story 39. The trial by 7 involving Sir Duncan the Tall is one of the most legendary events in Westerosi history, and it had a lasting impact on Targaryen lore and the perception of justice in the realm. This trial took place during the reign of King Aerys I Targaryen, and involved a dramatic and deadly clash that highlighted the tension between nobility and the common folk, as well as the principles of honor and justice. Sir Duncan the Tall, a hedge knight, rose to prominence due to his remarkable physical stature, unwavering sense of honor, and formidable skills in combat. He first entered the historical record at the tourney at Ashford Meadow, where he fought on behalf of the small folk and met his future squire, Egg, who was later revealed to be Aegon Targaryen, the future King Aegon V. Duncan's path intersected with the Targaryens in a way that would forever change his life and the history of Westeros. The trial by 7 took place at Ashford Meadow, where Sir Duncan found himself accused of assaulting Aerion Brightflame, a prince of the Targaryen bloodline known for his cruelty and madness. The incident began when Sir Duncan defended a puppeteer girl from Aerion's violent advances, striking the prince in a fit of righteous anger. Aerion, using his royal status, demanded that Duncan be punished severely for his actions. Instead of a simple trial, Aerion invoked an ancient and rare form of trial by combat known as Trial by 7, where each side would be represented by 7 champions. The trial by 7 was an ancient practice that had fallen out of favor by the time of Aerys I. It was rooted in the belief that the gods would intervene on behalf of the just and true. Each party would choose 7 champions to fight on their behalf, and the outcome of the combat would determine the verdict. Sir Duncan, a humble hedge knight, faced the daunting task of finding 6 allies willing to stand against Aerion and his supporters, who were predominantly highborn knights and members of the royal family. Despite the odds, Sir Duncan found allies in the form of Sir Steffon Fossaway, Sir Humphrey Harding, Sir Robin Riesling, Sir Humphrey Beesbury, Sir Raymond Fossaway, and Egg, who revealed his true identity as Aegon Targaryen and joined Duncan's cause, despite the risk to his own life. Aerion's team included formidable knights like Sir Domnall of Duskendale, Sir Roland Craighall, and Aerion himself, among others. The stakes were high, and the trial attracted considerable attention from both the nobility and the common folk. The trial was held in the presence of King Aerys I and his court. The combat was fierce and bloody, with both sides fighting valiantly. Sir Duncan distinguished himself with his strength and skill, displaying a level of prowess that belied his humble origins. The battle saw the deaths of several participants, including Sir Humphrey Harding and Sir Humphrey Beesbury on Duncan's side, and Sir Domnall of Duskendale on Aerion's side. The turning point came when Duncan defeated Aerion in single combat, a victory that secured his acquittal and proved his innocence. The aftermath of the trial by 7 had significant ramifications. Aerion Brightflame was discredited and eventually exiled for his behavior, while Sir Duncan's reputation soared. He was knighted by Prince Baelor Targaryen, known as Baelor Breakspear, who had also fought in the trial on Duncan's side. Tragically, Baelor died from injuries sustained during the trial, a loss deeply felt throughout the realm. Baelor's death highlighted the brutality and inherent risks of the trial by seven, leading many to question the wisdom of such trials in the future. The trial by seven involving Sir Duncan the Tall had a profound impact on Targaryen law and the broader legal practices of Westeros. While the practice of trial by seven did not become widespread, the event underscored the importance of fairness and justice, regardless of social status. It demonstrated that honor and truth could prevail over power and privilege, a notion that resonated deeply with the small folk and inspired future generations of knights and lords. Moreover, the trial elevated Sir Duncan to legendary status, paving the way for his future as a prominent knight and member of the King's Guard under Aegon V, his former squire. Duncan's story became a symbol of the chivalric ideals that many knights aspired to, emphasizing the virtues of courage, honor, and loyalty. In summary, the trial by seven fought by Sir Duncan the Tall is a cornerstone of Westerosi lore, illustrating the dramatic and often perilous intersection of justice, honor, and power. It reinforced the concept that true nobility is defined by one's actions rather than birthright, and left a lasting legacy on the legal and cultural fabric of the Seven Kingdoms. The event remains a testament to the enduring belief in the gods' judgment and the hope that justice can prevail even in the face of overwhelming adversity.